Hello. Hello, hello. Good evening, good time zone. Welcome in. Good to see you all. Hello, love. I'm so sorry that Twitch isn't working for you. Hey, Sammy. Good to see you. Zeb, hello. Welcome in. I hope you're all doing well today so far. Let me see here. I'm pretty sure I have options. I think I checked this already a few minutes ago. Yeah, I do. Okay. And captions. I didn't click to start captions. That's not gonna help. Okay. I think they're running well now, hopefully. Doesn't even load for you on mobile either? What? It's so weird. I wonder what is going on there. It wouldn't have been, for some reason, my new, like the audio settings I tried to adjust, would it? That wouldn't be stopping you from loading for some reason. If it's not loading, you can't even hear me asking that question. That was silly of me. I really don't think it would be. Oh, now it keeps disconnecting from chat? Shoot. I don't think it would be just randomly audio settings stopping, but... that's unfortunate. But yeah, we're here with the Banner Saga, which is a fantastic little trilogy of games. Well, I say a fantastic trilogy. I've played the first one. The first one's amazing. I'm excited to finally play the second and the third. Yeah, it's a really neat little series of like tactical RPGs. They're a lot of fun. I messed around with the audio options a little bit. There's no music right now in this menu, so hopefully, though, we get a decent sense of, like... Are these clicks a reasonable volume for anyone who's listening? Oops. Didn't mean to do that one. Are these semi-reasonable, or are they pinging a little bit loud? Good to you? Okay, thank you. Well, we'll hop in and hopefully, if the music comes in and it's way too loud, I'll hopefully be able to just sort of quickly drop it down and it won't. Oh, no, we don't want to load. Okay, new game. The story in the Banner Saga changes based on the choices you make. You'll occasionally switch between lead characters, witnessing the story unfold from different perspectives. Does it have narration, or do I read it? I think I read it. Okay. The gods are dead. In their wake, man and giant survived through a tenuous alliance, driving black destroyers called Dredge deep into the northern wastes. Now is an era of growth and trade. Life goes on. Only one thing has stopped: the sun. That's getting just a smidge loud, I think, when those drums come in. Fuck! I didn't want to skip. I just wanted to open the menu. It's okay. We haven't done anything yet. Okay, yeah, that's loud. That's loud. That's loud. That's loud. Okay, audio. swing master down a bit. We're also going to we're going to dip back out and start a new game just because I accidentally skipped that scene when I was trying to get the audio down when it started getting loud there. I don't think there's anything important information-wise in that scene, but this game has a very, very cool aesthetic and atmosphere and some excellent soundtrack, so I really don't want to skip through those like scene-setting cutscenes. Okay, so right now the music's hitting at a reasonable-ish place, I think. This is about as loud as it would get, I think. I think this should be fine now. Okay. Okay, we already read this. So now we just skip through this. There we go. Skip through that. Hopefully I didn't skip too far. Fuck me. That's what I get for trying to save time. Okay, so we can skip through the first crawl, but once we get the logo, we just need to let it play. That's fine. Skip that. Okay. Not touching it again. This looks cool. It's quite cool.
It has been several long months on the road. The first signs of snowfall accost us on our approach to Strand, largest of the trade cities on the Val-human borders, and our last collection before returning to the capital. Several days ago, the sun simply came to a stop in the sky. Though during these long winter days, none of us can be certain how long it has been this way. Some of the men in the caravan have taken it as a dire omen. I am not quick to superstition, but I myself will be glad to be done with this year's rounds. We have been warned by stranded travelers about brigands on the path through Ridgehorn, our road home. Our captain seems unconcerned. Perhaps he is as eager as I to be done here. We will rest here this day and inquire further when we speak to the governor.
Oh, you're back. Switch to PC. Nice, Sammy. Might still be a smidge loud. But yeah, the art is great. It's fantastic. Okay, it's gonna throw us right in here to our first fight. Beeg, yeah, the giants are they're fantastic. You've arrived in time. The chieftain Red and his men are now looking at a tougher fight than they bargained for. Drag around the screen to see your surroundings. Click the check mark to continue. Okay, before I do that though, what seemed a little bit too loud still? I think the music. There's no option for dialogue. I wonder if that's included in either of these, or if dialogue is just affected by master volume. We're gonna switch the volume and the effects down just one more notch each. Now the music might be a little quiet, actually. Oh no, it's hitting okay, I think. I don't know, can people hear it at all? It sounds good to me, but maybe it's not good on stream. Okay. So we can drag around. You can hear good? Okay. Sounds good. Then we'll stick with this for now. If it feels too quiet in some scenes or too loud in other scenes, like if there's a big swell and that's hurting people's ears or whatever, just let me know and we'll get it adjusted. Okay, so we can move around with the mouse. I have played this first one before. I have not played the second two, but it's been years since I've played this, so we will have to get readjusted here a little bit. Can I move around with any arrow keys or anything? No. Okay, so I can only click drag. That's fine. These portraits show the order of initiative, taking turns from left to right. Your allies are blue, the enemy is red. It's your turn to act. I love initiative trackers. Movement happens before action. The ring shows your shield, or your shield banger is active. The blue tiles around him show where he can move. Some characters fill more tiles than others. The horned allies are a race of giants called Varl, who take up 4 tiles each, while humans fill a single tile. This can have a huge impact on your strategy. Click the tile you want to move to, then click the check marks to confirm. Move your shield banger here, then get him to attack. Oh, to get him into attack range. So we check to move. He saunters over with these lovely 2D, I believe, hand-drawn animations. Well, of course they're hand-drawn somehow. Whether it's digital or analogly done, I'm not sure. Probably digital. But the art is gorgeous. This poor bear back here also. I don't know if I noticed that the first time I played through this game. That's kind of sad. Target an enemy, click the tile in which they stand. All tiles, ally tiles are blue, enemy tiles are red. Target this enemy now by clicking this tile. Oh yes, and so this is sort of one of the first ways this game, or one of the unique things about its combat. You can choose to either attack the enemy's strength or break armor. The numbers beneath each icon, 2, 5, show the damage you will do to that stat. Right, so they have 4 armor, 5 strength. Strength is essentially health, but it also affects damage. So the weaker something gets by being hit, the less damage it'll also be able to deal, because it can only deal up to its own strength. Zan! Nice bird.
Gravison, I hope you are doing absolutely amazing. I have missed joining into your streams, so I'm happy to swing by XA and I love.
I'm so happy you can swing by too. Thank you so much for joining in and stopping by. It's good to see you, friend. I hope you've been doing well. Welcome back to Name Pending. 8 months. That is wild. We're just getting started here, so you haven't really missed anything. And as for doing amazing, I am pretty good, actually. Thank you. I had a bit of a rough... I had some rough days on the weekend, but this week so far I'm actually feeling pretty good and pretty good mentally, so that's been nice. Okay, so numbers show how much you'll do to each stat, so we could finish this enemy off by attacking that. Strength counts as both health and damage. A loss of 2 strength means you'll now do 2 less damage. If strength falls to 0, the character falls in battle. So if anyone's played a game called Wargroove, which is a neat little tactical strategy game, it has similar mechanics where as enemies lose health, they also are less dangerous. Armor blocks strength damage, but can be reduced by a break attack. By breaking armor, you open them up to take more damage in the future. So essentially, 4 armor means we deal 4 less damage. Because our character has 9 damage to begin with, though, 9 minus 4 is 5, so we still 1 hit even without breaking any armor. But like, say if we were to swing on this character, we'd actually be doing 0 damage because their armor is equal to our strength, so we'd have to do a break attack first to lower the armor so that our strength is higher than the armor and can actually start doing damage to their strength. So in a way, enemies sort of have 2 kind of health bars that you have to play around with. The enemy has 5 strength remaining. A strength attack will kill them. Click the fist now to do this. Confirm your choice. There was also that little star you may have noticed above. We could have empowered that attack to make it do extra damage. You can. The game is going to explain all this. I don't actually know. Because it's coming back to me, I'm starting to riff it off as I remember it, but I should probably just wait for the tutorial to tell us, because that's what we're doing right now. He's down each time you make your kill, your renown grows, which is used later to improve your characters. After taking an action, your turn ends. Next up is the enemy. Turns always alternate, even if you are outnumbered. Despite being a full strength, the chieftain will do little damage against your shield breaker's high armor. So they managed to do 1 to us. Now it's your Warhawk's turn. Glad I'm feeling good. Deserving of good brain days. Thank you, Zeb. I appreciate that. As are you. As are we all. That's too hot. Why am I trying to drink it? Hey, McD, welcome in. Appears to be out of range of these enemies, but all characters can use willpower to boost their actions. Willpower is a limited resource, so use it wisely. Clicking the gold tiles, the character will move further than usual. So the blues are standard range. If we move into gold, we need to expend willpower to do so. Red pulsing tiles beneath the enemy show how close you have to be to get in range. We rock into attack range now. So you expend 2 willpower to get there. I believe our willpower's over here. And I believe... Yeah. So that's just a resource we can expend during battle. Standard attacks only affect a single enemy, but your Warhawk has a special ability that gives him a unique advantage. Click your Warhawk's tile to access his ability. So we click on here. Clicking your character's tile will bring up all of their combat options. Tempest. The ability description appears until it's below. The Warhawk's Tempest ability allows him to slam multiple enemies at once. Select an enemy and then confirm your choice. So we're going to do a big ol' whirling spin here. Take both of those out. That made quick work of the chieftain's bodyguards. When there is only 1 enemy left, players enter pillage mode. During pillage, each character moves in order, and there are no more guaranteed turns. Check the initiative to see how the order has changed. Your allies now get to move twice in a row. If your character does not move on his turn, he can regain 1 willpower. The chieftain will rest this turn. Looks like the chieftain's in some trouble. Your Shield won't be able to finish the job with a normal attack, but willpower can be used to boost your damage. Click the chieftain's tile to attack. So we hit. We boost it to 9 with 1 willpower. And that's the tutorial fight. Or, well, I should say the first tutorial fight. I think there are more tooltips as we go along here. Renown.
A rabid wolf, that one. How did it come to this? We fool ourselves believing that peace will last. My grandfather built all this from a poor fishing village, you know. He watched the gods die, watched the chaos that followed, watched man and var slaughter each other, even before the dreads arose. All we've done is traded one struggle for another. Now that there are no more dreads to war against, we war against ourselves. This chieftain meant to kill me, and he's not the first. A dozen families in the city would gladly take my chair. This one had men waylaying merchants, both north and south of the city, strangling trade, quite well, I would add, though he denied it to his lust. This sort of wolf doesn't stop biting because the head is cut off. It just grows a new head.
The metaphor got a little mixed there, but I know what you're saying.
Let me finish this fight and I'll gladly send you on your way with double our king's tithe. Take any men you need. They're loyal. I promise you that. They will meet you down in the proving grounds.
Is renown like XP, or do you get both? That's a good question. I'm trying to remember. I believe renown is like XP. There's also some sort of mechanic involving like kills. Like you need a certain number of kills with each character to level them up too. Which can be a little tricky sometimes because you have to like micromanage who gets final blows in fights in order to have all your characters be leveling up well. You're approached by a familiar man who walks in step with you as you're leaving the Great Hall. He cuts to the chase. I never thought about this before, but I'm gonna actually have to think about how to pronounce certain characters' names since I'm reading them out loud. Does anyone else do that when you're playing something, but you're just like not reading it aloud? You're just like reading it in your head, like so playing something or reading a book, I guess, and there's names and you don't even ever actually really think about how they're pronounced. You're just like, that's that character's name, but you like never bother to think like, how would I actually say that? I'm gonna go with like Eirik. Well, yep, every time. Nice. Eirik, Steward of Strand. I manage the governor's business. Ubin, is it? Ubin or Ubin? Which one do I like better? I feel like Ubin sounds more like the kind of pronunciation this game would go for. It's like how I've pronounced it, and then I gotta think about how one actually says it. Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, I do that too, as well. And then the first time you hear somebody else say it, you're like, oh, that makes me feel completely differently about that character. Ubin, is it? Okay. So I guess technically we're speaking for this character, although this isn't necessarily strictly us. The game mentioned earlier, actually, that we would play multiple characters from multiple viewpoints, so right now we're sort of playing as Ubin. It is. I'm just here for the tithe. What do you want? It is. That's me. The government tells me you'll be giving us a hand. Seems a bit chaotic around here, Eirik. What did you have in mind? I didn't exactly agree. We'll go middle ground right here. Scoffings that you didn't hack up in the Great Hall scattered after you took out their chieftain. The governor just wants to make sure they stay down. Was hoping you'd join me at the marketplace by the docks. If there's anyone left to worry about, I know who can tell us. Okay. And so there is... This game does sort of have, once we get to it, like there is sort of a world map. It's not like necessarily free roam, but you can sort of pick different routes to take. You can choose like which road to take and stuff at times. There's also a whole like managing your company mechanics. So, like right now we just have 32 Varl because we're just this group here coming to collect the king's tithe. But like later on we'll also have human fighters as well as clansmen, and we have to like maintain enough supplies to travel with them, and we can run out of supplies and people can then start to starve and our numbers can go down, morale can get low. There's a number of mechanics here to sort of keep track of. Where are we at? Okay, yeah, the market's the only place we can visit right now, I guess. I thought we were supposed to go to the docks. Maybe the market counts as the docks, that's fine. Ooh, that's so cool, yeah. Out of curiosity, when did this game first come out? I played this one pretty early when it first released, and I fell in love with it immediately. 2014, so it's been a while now. And I'm very much looking forward to getting to the next two once we get through this one. And apparently, as I mentioned earlier about how like your decisions matter for the story, it does, of course, have the import save feature. So like whatever we do in this run of the first game will directly affect like what's going on in the story when we start up the second one. Very Mass Effect style, kind of in that way. Got to have snackies? Absolutely, Tetris. Good to see you. Welcome in. Yeah, we wouldn't want to run out of snacks. Let me handle this. You meander through rows of open-faced houses and eroded stalls. Colored canvases flap on a briny current. One man in particular blanches as you approach. I'm not in the mood today. For what? So heckin' cool? Yeah. I love Banner Saga. For what? Talking to an idiot. The Scoffing Chieftain bled out about an hour ago had. So when you tell me what rat anus the rest of them crawled back into, nobody's gonna try to kill you this time. They don't talk to me. Need some help here. I don't have the patience for this. Say nothing. I mean, we're a pretty large and imposing figure, so we could probably intimidate this fellow quite... This is nice that it's been long enough that I don't remember like exactly which dialogue options do what. I'm sure there will be parts of the game where I'll be like, oh, I remember exactly like what I should or shouldn't say here, but I'll just casually ask if you need some help. Eric, need some help here? Had I had a change of heart, I hope you do give us a hard time. Had sweats visibly fumbling with some dirty trinkets on his table. Wait, just buy one of these. If everybody thinks I'm getting worked over every week, how am I supposed to know much? Just a little food money, yeah? Reminds you of Dragon Age Inquisition, or Dragon Age. You're currently playing Inquisition for the first time. Oh yes, definitely some Dragon Age elements too. Yeah. Captain Kirk on the right here has seen some shit. You're going through the series more or less in order, right, Sammy? You were playing were you playing Origins recently as well, I think? Started yesterday and playing all day today. Loving it. Nice. I'm so glad you're having a good time with it. That's fantastic. No, I mean, we'll pay the fellow. You toss a sliver of silver on the table. Both men look at you with surprise. Had just as meekly had a variety of junk from his stall. Take whatever you like. Only thing I'd like is the name of a place. Nobleman up by the east wall. But that was months ago, last I know. Had skulks away with a wave of Eric's hand, gathering things from his hovel, disappearing for a while until this blows over. You figure your bodyguard steps forward. Hello, Gunnulf. With a lovely sword that I'm not sure why you carry like that in front of yourself. Are we done here? Gunnulf, were you wearing green back at the Great Hall? No? Just bought them while you were walking around. Why? You look like a frog. No reason. They look good. They look good. I'm glad you care. Gunnulf goes off to look at more stalls. What a lovely little interaction with one of our party members. One of your favorite series ever? I've always wanted to play more Dragon Ages. I loved Origins so much, and I never, ever got around to playing any of the other games. Finished Origins, started to... then skipped to Inquisition because you really wanted to see what the hype was about. Oh, sure. Makes sense. Yeah, I've heard really good things about Inquisition. Love that you can compliment their clothes. Yeah. Wasn't that a great little interaction there? Eric, that... Was I saying? I was saying Eirik before. Whatever. Eirik, that man of yours seems unreliable at best. A blind dog wouldn't trust Had, but he used to be a Skalfing. If they're licking their wounds, they're probably gone to old haunts, not new ones. Nobleman is a mead hall? Best I can tell, the names I... Listen, I know a guy who would love to put a few of those skulls in the ground. I'm gonna go find him. I'll meet you there. Shouldn't we have an approach of some sort? Where is this place again? After this, I'm done here. Where is this place? Nobleman is halfway up the hill towards the Great Hall. You won't miss it. Just make sure that the governor remembers his promise. Double the usual tithe. I'll remind him. Definitely play more. I know people can say that 2 is a bit of a rough spot, but it does grow on you. Okay. I mean, I'm sure where it's been long enough since I've played any of them that I'd probably be perfectly fine hopping in. Like, I wouldn't mind the differences, I guess, is what I'm saying. Like, whatever it is people don't like as much about 2 probably wouldn't bother me having barely remembered much of Origins. Other than that, I loved it. And certain particular moments, like I can remember individual scenes of Origins quite clearly. Okay. So, yeah, so we still don't really have options. We're still kind of in the intro here. You're right in front of what must be... Now... Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought if I paid that guy, I actually got a trinket out of it. Like a little item. Because he let us... He said, take what you like, and then we didn't take anything. Maybe I'm just misremembering. You arrive in front of what must be nobleman. A few minutes later, Eirik appears with a weather-beaten man introduced as Valgard. I'll point them out, Eirik says over his shoulder. Ready? Let's get this over with. You're walking through the front door. I'd rather sit this one out. Walking through the front door. They ran to a meat house, says Valgard. I'll be surprised if they can stand up straight right now. Okay, here we go. Valgard boots the front door open so hard it won't close again without repair. As you enter the hall, Eirik is already at the head of a table, his axe drawn. Wide-eyed, drunken Scalfings scramble to find their own weapons, turning tables and meadsteins in the process. Bamboozled? Slip that man's table. Yeah, most people don't like the combat changes, but personally think the combat is pretty fun. Oh, okay. I'm trying to think. I remember thinking the combat in Origins was solid, but nothing like phenomenal. Like, I don't remember the combat being my favorite part of the game. I loved the story, I loved the characters, and the combat was a fun enough way to sort of progress gameplay-wise through the game. But I don't remember it being like, oh yeah, I just want to play these fights over and over and over again. Jarred by it at first? Sure. You know, same especially because you play a lot of Origins. Gotcha. Can't say the Origins concept was always fun, though. There was a lot of rough spots. Fair enough, yeah. I think that's sort of how I felt about it. Definitely there are some fights that become almost nigh impossible depending on certain things. That forest will haunt you forever. Forest. I think I vaguely remember Forest. Was there like a... There was like some sort of werewolfy storyline in Origins. It's been a long time. God, that could be any forest. Okay, where are we starting here? Alright, so this is our placement phase, so we can choose where our units start. They've got a lot of units here. 6-9, 7-7, 7-7, 7-7, 6-9. A lot of 6-9s, nice. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Whew. Whew, okay, that's fine then. I was worried there was going to be an uneven number of 6-9s, so that like one of them wouldn't be able to have a partner. But luckily, there are 4 6-9s, so they can just pair up and everything's good to go. Where do I want to start my troops here? Oh, you actually have our highest armor of anyone. Okay, well then I think I want you... I think I want to put my tankiest characters center, and then sort of strong side it. So like, these two will hopefully just deal with what comes in this side, and I'll win this side and swing around. The Warhawk's going to be the MVP, because the Warhawk can do that AoE sweep, so if I can position them right, I can take out multiple things with one hit. We can also see what abilities people have, actually. +1 armor to adjacent allies and self. Ooh, okay, wait, that... Do you also have shield wall? You don't. Okay, I need to flip you two then. If you stand between these two, they should get +1 armor because you have shield wall. Or is that an activated ability? Stone wall blocks damage to strength and armor for 1 round. Okay, no, that's the activated ability. When hit by adjacent enemy, counterattack for 1 damage. Okay, that's good. Put you there so you can counterattack a bunch. What can you do, Eirik? Move through allies. Gives willpower to allies in range. Ooh, you're also our weakest stat-wise. Maybe I stick with you in the back, and you run forward when you get the opportunity, since you can move through allies. But mostly I'll just be using plenty of willpower and having you give more willpower to people. We'll try that out. I don't know if that's going to work very well or not. It'll be interesting to see how I feel about the difficulty of this game. Because I remember it being fairly tricky at times, but not like unfair. But I've also played a lot more tactical games since I first played this game, so I wonder if that'll hold up or if I'll find it easier this time around. Werewolf problem, you gotta fix it. Also true. Oh, but the forest, yeah. Be the most random shit too, like where you get stuck. The first thing you did was go to the circle tower. That was fun. Fun fight time. Would it have a mod that lets you skip the fade because you have done it too many times and you will not do it again? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Just skip that whole section. Love the combat in this. You like it when a little more than just I hit the button, I do the thing, I win. Yes. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of differences. It's in that sort of same direction as Darkest Dungeon, where there's a number of layers of things to think about. Right, you can really make what feels like impactful decisions when you're in combat, which is usually just what I look for most of the time. I just like to feel like what I'm deciding to do matters, and it's not just like whatever I do, it'll have the same sort of outcome. Mage is best, so you're not wrong. Yeah, that'll be fun to see. Wait, what happened? Sammy got timed out? Oh, because you tried to post a link. I'm so sorry. That should be... Huh. I didn't realize it would do that to you. I need to figure out my own Twitch settings. Fun to see. Just time to see if a little trading's paid off. Yes, yes. Time out for 60 seconds. Can I untime somebody out, or do we just have to let the cooldown go? I don't know if there's any way for me to save you from that. Oh, you time them out for 1 second, and then that'll bring them back? Thank you so much, Picto, for taking care of that. Also, hello, love. I don't know if you can hear the stream or if you're still having difficulties, but I love you. I also don't know how long this lasts for, but No, don't be sorry, Sammy. I'm sorry that happened. Oh, we both permitted you. Thank you, love, for taking care of that. What's this? JPEG image? Oh, looking nice, looking fancy. I really like that. Is that a faint tattoo, or is that like ritualistic scarring? Either way, it looks really cool. I like that design that you chose, going along the forehead there, and then like swinging down around onto the cheekbones. Very nice. Show off your hot elf? Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Sammy's growing too powerful. Oh, it will let me click them to see where they can move. I mean, I think the play here is to make sure I just move everyone. I just want to shuffle up forward enough that they can't hit me. And then they'll all have to move closer, and then we'll move in and get the first round of attacks. So I think we'll just... I don't know if there's like bonuses in this game for... I can't remember, like if we get... Like if we win in a certain number of turns, we get more renown or something, so we might not be a good idea to stall, but... Let's try it out. Thank you. It is a faint tattoo. Nice. Gotcha. they decided to expend willpower, they could get on you. So I'm just going to have you full on rest. Oh, right. I gotta remember. So because of the turn order, their whole team doesn't actually go before, like, and then we go again. Like our people go every other turn, so we get way more turns than they do. So now that I remember that, let's. So who's next? You're next. And then you in the back here. Neither of you are particularly dangerous. Then you. Okay. In that case, you're going to go there. And then you're going to come here. You're going to break 3 armor on this one. You want to play Dragon Age? Isn't that how it goes? You're going to be able to move up and do something fancy. Who's next? You are. And then you way in the back. And then you way in the back. And then you. Okay. Let's just have you step up here. Reinforce. Okay, they're going to get an attack here. Strip some armor, that's fine. Can we not... Willpower's meant to move further, hit harder. Does not replenish. Why can't I use willpower this turn to move further? I'd like to step here. Well, whatever, it's fine. Oops, no. Okay, we're gonna take this one out. I do remember Gunnulf putting in a lot of work. Gunnulf is quite strong. Who's next on their team? Someone who can't get to us. And then you. Well, if you're next, then... What do you do? 7 and 9? You're no real danger to me, actually. Let's just do some damage to this character. Kind of reminds you of combat in the Trails in the Sky game. Oh, does it, Sammy? Interesting. I haven't played Trails in the Sky. See, so when you kill a guy, they get a renown, and when you win, they all get renown, but there are still some who will come out with more than others. Yes. Yes, there definitely is. What's your special ability do again? Give 2 willpower to an ally within range. That's right. Wait, who's next? You over there. And then you. But you're going before him, so that's not a danger. And then this one, okay. Well, if that one's going next, then we want to move here. And... Again, we're going to burn a bunch of willpower to strip some armor off there. It's okay. It's not that big a deal. And this one is actually blocked off and can't get over here, so that's good. Next would be you. But Gunnulf goes before that, so that's fine. Do 2 damage to you. Yeah, I'll just do that. That's fine. You're gonna reinforce, that's okay. Now I believe, yeah, so the problem with Tempest is that it will hit allies, so because these two are right in the range here, I probably shouldn't actually do it. But instead, what we can do is we can just swing for 8... Oh, right. Gunelf doesn't start with any exertion. That's right. So you have a certain number of willpower you can use, but then exertion affects how much you can use on any one action. So because Gunelf has 0, he actually can't use willpower. If he had 2, he could use 2 per turn, etc., etc. That's right. That's fine. So this character is essentially a non-concern now. What's your special again? Shield wall? Armor to adjacent allies and self. Who's next? You're over there. You're probably just going to start wailing on Eirik, which would be not the end of the world, but... You could finish either of these characters. Oh, you actually can't do anything other than... Okay. I guess you'll finish this one then. Oh, you went after Gunelf. I guess that makes sense. Gunelf is a pretty high priority target. Oh, I should have... Shoot. I mean, this is knowledge that I wouldn't have. This is my first time playing, but... this guy... Valgar does not stay in our party, so getting that kill with him was kind of a waste, because I shouldn't have given him that extra renown, but that's fine. You're going to swing over here. If people die, are they dead? I'm trying to remember. Characters can permanently die, but if they fall in combat and you win the combat, they have like an injury and they need to rest for a certain number of days before they can be used in a fight again. So like there's sort of like a way to get them up after combat, essentially, almost like D&D style. But you can lose characters. I'm just going to use 4 right here. Oh no, they're doing too much damage to Gunelf. Our heaviest hitter's starting to get worn down. That's okay. You're next. I'd like you to not... You're going to move there. You're going to attack... Why only 1? Oh, because 9 to 9. That makes sense. What do you do? 10. Okay, you have more strength anyway, so you're actually just going to break. You have 10, and this is 10. You actually won't take much damage from that. Let's do it. Let's Tempest. Normal strength damage to 2 enemies going clockwise from target. Okay, so we can actually control which 2 we're going to hit. Let's clear you out and also do decent damage to you. So I want to say what Gunelf just got, that little promise thing that came up, indicates that he has enough kills to potentially promote to the next level. If I remember. He's also starting to get low, though. I should probably... Yeah. Who's next? You're next. You're also not really concerned at 3 health. Stonewall. Nice. Resist. Okay, the 4 health or strength one then is next. That's fine. Then this one. Okay, that's fine. And then Gunnulf goes again. Okay, so nobody who's strong enough to hurt Gunnulf goes before him. So that's good. Who's the next strong person that goes? You. At 6. It's 9 and 6. Okay, so we're going to go break some of your armor. What did I say? You're going. It's not that big a concern. Then you. Then you. Okay. We definitely want to do some damage to you. Ooh. Oh yeah, the backbiters. They can do that like dash through thing and stab behind them as their special. Trails also has a similar on a grid attack thing with a turn order that can change depending on attack, magic attack. Oh, gotcha. I'll have to check the... What's the series called? Like, they're the individual games like Trails in the Sky, and then there's like a Trials 1, 2, I think, isn't there? Maybe not. Is it just called the Trails in the Sky series? Or was that the first game of a larger franchise? Either way, I need to check them out, because I've heard a lot of good things about them. You're next, then you. Then you. Where's the really strong one? Wait, is there no really strong one left? Let's roll it back. 7, 6. 7, 6. 8, 9. Okay, you're the strongest one left. So we gotta try and do something to you. I mean, we can put in 1 point of damage. That's not... Nice deflection. Trails in the Sky, then Trails of Cold Steel. There may be more. Okay, so they all start with Trails, but the next part of the title changes. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you, Sammy. Next is you. Then the strongest one left is that 8-8. Everybody else we've worn down enough that they're not really a concern anymore. But we can't get to you. Again, I'd like to give kills to the 2 characters that I know from meta knowledge are going to be with me longer. So let's just rest a turn. Shoot, we don't have any way to do anything to this character. It's okay. Ow. Okay, Gunnulf is basically out of commission here at this point. But so are most of their forces. Actually, the really strong one isn't going again for a while, so we can actually get away with just tempesting these 2 again. Which will kill this one finally, which then gives Valgard... Oh, never mind, somebody moved in to take their place, but that's fine. But Valgard can just work on stripping this character's armor. Ooh, you're all tanked up in there, that's okay. Next is you at 7 and 3, which is not that big a concern. Let's trap this character in here. Take that out completely. Your armor's getting low too, but I think we're in... Okay, next is the strong character, who could currently kill Gunnulf if I don't do something about it. Can we see what your move is when you're in here like this? We can't, eh? I don't think there's any indicator of that. That's unfortunate. I'd rather not have a character get knocked down in my first combat. It's only 40% chance to hit, yeah. So I guess we just Tempest these two. Oh, the shatter effect though helped us out. So now Gunnulf's at 1 health. That's plenty. It's more than we need. This character can't get to him, so it's fine. This character can't damage him, so it's fine. Let's put you at 1 health. Who's next? You only have 1 health, so you're not going to be able to do anything. Or unlikely, unless you roll really well. Yeah, we just need to bring your armor down low enough that somebody can actually hurt you. Two versus 2. Shoot. Yeah, you're gonna need to finish this one off so that. Oh, but if you finish that off, he'll jump ahead in the order. That's right. What's your special do? No ability. Just finish this character off. Okay. I don't think there's any way to keep Gunnulf alive through this turn, which is alarming. What I can do is run him over here. Oh, he'd only do 1 damage. That's not really useful. We already moved. We'll just split that. Oh, but you went after... didn't go after Gunnulf, eh? That's an interesting decision. Get you down. You went after him. Shoot. Okay. 1, 2, 1. We're in fine shape now, I think. Take this thing out. Now we enter pillage. There you go. You're gonna rest. You're gonna rest because I want you to get this kill. Let's see if I got that. My memory, if it was correct. Will Gunnulf come back to us? Promotion. Injured. Has been injured in battle. Okay. So we haven't lost him completely. He's just injured for a little while. That's fine. Getting an injury in the second fight does not bode well for how I'm going to do on the hard difficulty, but we'll see how it goes. There they are. Gods be damned. I've got to go wash off this blood. Irik is looking out the hull's windows into the bay. A fleet of longships approach with sails of blood reds and blues. Now you have faith. I appreciate that, Seb. One banner I know well, Vognir. Next for Varl Kingship last we spoke. The other flag looks important. Yeah, important guests. See what I deal with all day long? Things make a little more sense. You hoped I'd have a stake in saying everything's fine here when the royal guests arrived. Not me, the governor. Now I have to make sure that there are no rotting bodies or pools of entrails still in the Great Hall before they come by. Can I ask one more favor? What is it? If you happen to stall our guest down in the docks, I wouldn't object. Maybe I will. Arik and Valgard hustle from the mead house. To his credit, Arik tosses the barkeep a spar of silver for the mess. You give an apologetic shrug and go to greet the new arrivals down at the docks. Oh, barkeeps, always cleaning up other people's bloody brawls. So can I... Yeah, I think it's still too early for us to actually look at our camp and check out how long Gunnulf will be injured for. It's okay. Let's just go down to the docks and see what's happening down here. Vognir. A familiar Varro steps into the docks. In your mind, you recall a much younger version tramping the halls of Grofheim, abundant in purpose. God, Zubin, you're looking ancient. Look at this. Comes with being old, and if there's Wagner, there must be Hakan. Musler? Still bleeding tributes from the poor and stupid, old yaks. At what age do you lose a sense of shame? Jorundr demands it. I'll take that over lingering to death in Grofheim. Speaking of, I had no sense you were so far from home. Just returned from Arborang, in fact. And glad for it. Hakan motions to the other ship in the bay. Sails still fluttering. Golden wolf head emblazoned on red. The king of men, or someone on his behalf. The king's whelp. The king's son, Ludin. Don't you know, Scrivener? We visit his capital, he visits ours. It's how you make alliances these days. It's a miserable waste of time. I love the Varl. Yes, Hakan has it. I'd almost forgotten. It's a good thing you're around, Hakan. Then you're going to Grofheim? I have the distinct feeling I've finished my business in Strand and was headed there myself. We should caravan. Ooh, new characters? Indeed. We should. Give it a day. In better circumstances, I'd drink a week away, but let's just be done. Find me tomorrow at the gates. What he's trying to say is the prince is a delight to behold. Where's Mogr? Hakan, have him find a place to put up the warriors. I'm heading up to meet the governor. A host of giants depart in his wake. You recognize a few, others are strangers to you. Guess I'm off to find Mogr. See you in the morning, Scrivener. I believe Scrivener is, if I'm recalling, is some sort of job title-esque. One of the responsibilities of which is collecting the tithe, which is why we came here. I think we're essentially a scribe or some sort of bookkeeper character right now. I think that's who Ubin is, if I'm remembering right. I'll be along. The young prince of men ambles from his ship. He brushes off his tunic, scanning the beach with low eyelids. Ludin looks for all the world the sort of boy who grew up pulling the legs from spiders. What a description. The long road back to Grofheim should be more interesting than most years, you think. Rhaenys subtly settles in, and you chuckle to yourself about what an odd day it has been. One of the governor's men at the Great Hall could find you a place to sleep. On the other hand, if you're going to join Wagner's caravan tomorrow, it might not hurt to share a drink with Hakan or introduce yourself to the prince they spoke so highly of. Okay, so now we're actually getting some options for what we want to do. I don't remember if this is Persona-esque, where we can only do one thing during this time slot, and then we have to proceed to the next story element, or if we can actually do both. I don't recall exactly. I think it varies, but I'm pretty sure in this game, when things are time sensitive, it tells you that they're time sensitive. So I think in this situation, we can go do both of these things. Let's introduce ourselves to the prince first. Is this the right place? You find the prince at an inn. Guards blanket the building, including a sharp-eyed Varro who must be working for Ludin. A woman in red eventually waves you over and stands nearby, arms crossed. Greetings, Prince Ludin. Yes, you're with Wagner? I don't remember you. Not exactly. I've known Wagner for a long time. I'll be joining you back to Grofheim with my guards. Ludin looks up for the first time. The woman doesn't react. Why? I work for the king, carrying ties to the capital. We crossed by chance. Oh, a tax collector. Fine company. What do you want? Just to introduce myself. I hope to learn more about you. I have a habit of recording history. I thought we might talk about your visit. I'll start with just to introduce myself. You collect taxes for the Varl territories? A true pleasure. Yes. An awkwardness hangs in the air like a thick fog. You take the opportunity to depart. So that was a good first meeting with that character. Fucking Ludin. Okay, yeah, now we can go talk to Hakan as well. Scrivener. You find Hakan in a mead house surrounded by other Varl. Strand is no stranger to Varl, but rarely sees this many. Hakan waves you over. Went straight for a flagon? Wagner's the one who agreed to pass up a drink. I wasn't invited to the governor's hall anyway. You already missed the massacre. Every year I make the rounds of collecting taxes. Every year it's the human settlements that give me trouble. No surprise. What this time? When I got here, the Great Hall was already full of bodies. We added a few more. Ha, humans. I guess if I only lived as long as a Yoxfart, I might be desperate to make something of myself too. It's not too late to start trying, Hakan. Hakan lets slip a low chuckle. Any Varl could recount his deeds, known as he is for cutting a swath through Dredge at Wagner's side in the Second War, and regularly since then. Down here I'm a glorified bodyguard. You might have a point. Just another reason to get back to Grofheim. Soon enough, I promise. You drink until the meat house becomes overbearing, then step back into the cool air outside. So one of the things I really love about this game is like the world and the lore and how it builds its world and fleshes it out. It's a really interesting like setting and universe that this game takes place in. So as what they're sort of initially beginning to build up with that conversation is that the Varl are almost akin to like Lord of the Rings elves in the sense that they live a ridiculously long time, and so like they remember things that happened like in like previous ages, even like the Second War that they just referenced there, if I'm recalling correctly, was like a long time ago. And they don't really understand humans who live a very short length of time and thus act really erratically because of that, or at least in their eyes, erratically. Let's go up to the Great Hall. So -1 supplies because the day passed. At dawn, you're woken by a delivery of goods. At least you think it's dawn. Damn hard to tell with a sun that never moves. The governor's crest adorns the supply leathers. For some reason, I kept wanting to say supple leathers, but it's supply. All there, just as promised, to your mild surprise. You wonder if Eirik has anything to do with that. God had to go chase your dog. You decided that now is the perfect time to be a crazy man. And oh gosh, I hope nothing too crazy happens, Zeb. Ooh, plus 20 round. You didn't really miss much. We met the human prince, who's a little shit, or so it seems. And then we just talked and got to know Hakan a little better. Hakan's an old war hero of the Varl. He's done a lot, and he's a very renowned warrior. Your guards take the treasure wagon down to the gates. Wagner is already here. A while later, Ludin and his men appear. He's fine, but he almost knocked over an end table. He's going a little blind in one eye, so he can't take turns as fast as he used to. Oh, gosh. Well, I'm glad he's okay, even though he had that little bit of a crash. Gosh, yeah. Hard to take those turns. Cons are probably your favorite. You can feel it. The con's pretty great. Mager steps forward, Wagner's quartermaster, if you recall correctly, in charge of his unwieldy entourage of warriors. You know him only in passing. He asks if you're ready to depart. We're ready. You follow Maugre and the others. Oh, and join the others. Usually the smaller doors set into the gates would be enough to enter or leave the city, but the town guards have been told to push them open entirely. They mutter things under their breath that are best not heard. Perhaps the governor expected you to draw a crowd, but there's nothing of the sort, just frustrated, tired people. It summarizes Strand well as a whole, you think. Dun 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 dun. And now our caravan begins. And so for traveling, we get these lovely little scenes of the caravan walking through absolutely gorgeously rendered backgrounds, in my opinion. Like, this is fantastic. And the days pass. So now we have 366 Varl, 85 human fighters, no clans people yet. And our food's starting to get low because our party is so big, obviously. The caravan stops for the day. A gift, says Maugre, cracking open mead casks, from our gracious friend, the governor of Strand. Hours pass with raucous laughter as the mead is passed throughout the camp. Drink a little, drink a lot, toast to Vognir. Yeah, let's toast to Vognir. You raise your drinks, toasting the alliance between Man and Varl. The others join in. Luden's expression is like a stone wall, but the others laugh at your exaggerations. Eventually, you sit down beside Vognir. Chat, drink merrily, go easy on the drink. Let's chat. Thanks for the speech, slurs Vognir. Was that our whole chat? Or are we loading into another chat here? Okay. I was like, that's not really a chat. Ooh, that's super pretty? Yeah. This game is gorgeous. Looks like you didn't have to miss out after all. Thanks to Maugre. I thought the damned governor would never shut up. Did he give you the history of his entire family? He tried. Then he asked me to clean up his mess. For your benefit, turns out. I'd have given the job to you too. Gods, there's no joy in politics. Speaking of, what happens after this business with Luden? Hopefully the boy goes back to Arborang on his own. And I can take out some frustration on Dredge or something. Starting to sound like a con. You don't like the life of a diplomat? Ha! Huh. Don't you miss the fight, Ubin? Was I saying Ubin or Ubin before? I think I was saying Ubin before. You down your meat instead of replying. Vognir slouches and shakes his head. There's no great joy in killing Dredge, but this... Pretty sure this nonsense is some scheme between the two kings to force some kind of lineage. Used to be, warriors would follow you for what you'd done. Isn't that why they follow you now? Is it? Or is it because I'm next in line? The lines are getting muddy, old Varl. These lines are getting muddy, old Varl. Good chat, good chat. They've always been muddy, Vognir. Vognir stays into the campfire, lost in thought. You leave him to it. So he seems a little less than content with his current position as next in line for the throne. You rise groggily at the campsite, a casualty of merriment. Maugre is already kicking warriors awake when you spot Luden stalking your direction. He sidesteps sleeping bodies. Better wake up, you nudge Vognir. You're needed. Ah, it's Luden. Always a pleasure. You look well rested. Vognir releases a caged yawn and receives a hard-eyed stare in return. How long to Grofheim? Huh. We're only 2 days out of Strand, you know. Come, I'll show you on a map. Oh yeah, and I remember also thinking this was really cool because our first look at the world map is going to be like in context a character showing another character who doesn't know the land the map, which I thought was really neat. He's already hitting us with the "Are we there yet?" Yeah, Luden is. I mean, he hasn't done anything too terrible that we've seen so far. He's just sort of a stereotypical spoiled prince. At the moment, at least. This is the map of the world. You can explore it by dragging the mouse to pan and using the mouse wheel to zoom. Location of a caravan is indicated by Ubin's icon. The world map is covered with many locations and holds much lore. You can explore the map at any time, clicking on locations for more information. Yeah, the other cool thing is as we go around the world map, we can just like hover over stuff, and if we click on it, it'll just like give us a little blurb about like the Great Loom. From the north side of the Wormscale Mountains, one can see a series of mountain peaks that are almost perfectly shaped and of identical height, laid out in a straight line. As the story goes, the Loom Mother herself raised these peaks when teaching mankind how to thread a loom. The lore in this game is really fantastic and in-depth. And this map very much sort of evokes the Lord of the Rings-y-esque vibes that I was mentioning earlier. When you're finished researching the world map, click this button to return to travel or to camp. What's in the Gruen Sea? Of all the water passages, the Gruen Sea is least well known. Seafarers may spend one day nauseous from the stench and another stuck in ruddy shallows, weeks away from anywhere worth going. In short, there is no practical reason to journey here. But so we are here. We just left... Oh yeah, there it is. We just left Strand. As close as anything comes to a bastion of racial tolerance, both men and Varl compete to scratch out a living in this, the biggest trade city along the west coast. Many people still believe the god Dengler still watches over it, granting good fortune. And so Aberrang, which was mentioned as where they came from. From humble beginnings to an eventual seat of power for the king, Aberrang is the most populated and contested city throughout the human lands. Its towering obsidian walls have been pulled from the depths by the weaving powers of the Menders. As each new generation of residents builds another ring of walls, the city continues to grow larger, more indulgent, and more dangerous. So that's like the human capital. We're heading from here up to Grofheim. Last home of the Varl and seat of their power, founded by Arfinar, the second Varl king. Though the Varl have moved around a lot, most consider Grofheim their capital. The deeds of Varl are honored here, and all warriors of worth are buried at the foot of the Two Spears, where they are said to become part of the Varl March itself. Excuse me, some of that tea went down the wrong way. But then there's like so much. The cardinal directions. Early did mankind begin sailing up and down the coasts, but also out into the vast, searching for new continents. Of the many secrets the early sailors learned was the Sunstone, which helped them to deduce the direction they were sailing, even with the sun shrouded behind the clouds. Waters of the West were named not for their reach, but for their depth. Longships lost even somewhat close to shore are best considered gone to the depths forever. Constellations. Well, the constellations at one time represented not only the gods, but a way to navigate the seas at night. Since the gods have died, the stars form nothing but random faint patterns. We're not going to go through this whole map or anything, but I just love the lore and the way it's presented, so I'm just kind of clicking around a few things here and there. We'll check out more as we go through the game. Once areas are mentioned to us, we'll come in and like read a little blurb about them. But for now, yeah. We're here. We came from Grofheim to collect the tithe from Strand. Now we're on our way back. We joined up with this group of people where Wagner was essentially on a diplomatic mission to Aberrang, and now he brought Ludin back with him to do a diplomatic mission to Grofheim. And that's the gist of what's going on. Map is super pretty and the lore seems great. Yeah, it's really cool. We head north, then east past the forts. Grofheim's far from Strand. Going to be a long march. You should have drank last night, Ludin. Why not take the ships to Skymerstead? What's the point of marching? Silverstone Bay is called that for a reason. It stays covered in ice all year. It would tear up the longships. Too bad, though. We could have shown you all the wonders of Skymerstead. A half-sunken city crawling with dredge prints. Dredging glaciers. You like glaciers? Lunik sails through his nose, a poor disguise for his contempt. He turns and bats aside the tent flaps as he goes, barking at his company in the distance. Don't poke the anthill, Wagner. He seems no happier to be here than you. Spend a few more days with the boy, old friend. He'll be looking for a tall cliff to hop off to. Luden's got a shorter wick than Hakan. Thanks, Wagner. Let's get moving. Another half day to Birderfell if we're lucky. They just do such a good job of making it feel like the characters know each other. You know what I mean? Like, good dialogue is really hard to write, and it takes a sort of a good sense of it to make it feel like the characters have this long-standing relationship that you're just now being presented, rather than like just a bunch of characters talking and they could have, like, it says they know each other, but the conversation doesn't really indicate that. Like, they could be meeting for the first time for all the conversation says. Camp is where you manage your caravan. During travel, you can enter camp at any time by tapping the camp button on the travel HUD. While at camp or in towns, you can upgrade your allies or equip items in the hero's tent. You can pass time by using the rest tent. Resting will improve the caravan's morale. A high morale will reduce casualties in war and affect your willpower in combat. Each passing day will use supplies, so only rest when necessary. The training tent will allow you to safely train out any characters in a mock battle. Tap leave at the bottom of the campsite when you're ready to get back off to the road. Do you really love the dialogue? It's fun, yeah. Yeah, I find it to be quite well written. Okay, it's making us click the hero's tent right now. What are you going to show me, game? Injuries. One or more of your units is injured. Do we always get a character injured in this? Or is it just taking the opportunity because we have one injured now to explain it to us? Injured units can still fight, but have a penalty to max strength equal to the number of days wounded. Okay, so we can take Gunnulf into combat if we needed to for some reason, but he'd start with like 5 less strength than what he usually has, which is a pretty hefty hit right off the bat. They heal as time passes when resting in camp. So currently our party, if we were to get into a combat, would be Gunnulf, Hakan, Mogger, and Luden, interestingly enough. But you were able to be promoted already. So that's Tempest, which we already have. We can hit more enemies if we level it up. Yeah, so 3 out of 2 kills. So with 2 kills, Gunnulf is ready to be promoted. Higher stats increases your item rank. Continue. Okay, so that's how it works. Yes, so Renown's a shared pool, but we spend out of the shared pool to level up whichever characters we want. But you need to get kills with the characters to have them be able to be promoted. And then now that we've leveled up, we have 2 points to spend on different abilities. So I mean, Gunnulf, and then the different classes also of course have different different sort of max stats. So you can sort of see what the class is designed to do, and you can build them differently, of course. Like if we wanted to try to make Gunnulf an early tank, he could do it, but later on that would sort of fall off because 12 is not very high when you get to later in the game. With 2 points, I think I want to put 1 more into strength, and I think I want to put 1 in exertion so that we could use a willpower if we needed to like move Gunnulf into extra spots or whatever, give him a little more range. Actually, 15 is high enough for now. I think I'm going to put 2 in exertion so that we could really run to like a good spot in the battlefield if we needed to. Get right into a prime area to use his Tempest to to fuck up a bunch of enemies at once. Still injured for 5 days, though. So he'd be a 7-10 if we had to go into combat right now. Which, interestingly enough, is only 1 point worse than Luden. So he'd still be effective. None of you have any kills because we've never used you for anything, right? Yeah, that's okay. We have 66 days of supplies. We have an injury, so we could rest a little bit. Because we're going to have to get rests in at some point to heal up Gunnulf. We could train. Let's do 1 rest. And now let's march. Because while I would like Gunnulf to be at sort of max strength when we get into a fight, we also get morale back by resting, so I think we should march at least until our morale starts to fall a little bit, and then take advantage of a rest to get that back up while also healing the injury. At least that's what I'm going with for a strat. We'll see.
Even the name means bad weather, where frozen wind sweeps in from the bay. They tend livestock, but most are just men driven from Strand with nowhere else to go. Why else would anyone stay? We won't stop long.
Fair. Peasant. By Harderberg. That's a lot of arrow for some missing cattle. What? A couple days back, sent word to Strand about the cattle. Didn't expect an army. He looks pleased with himself until it sinks in that you aren't here on his behalf. Where have your cattle gone? Wouldn't know. My boy's seen men up the hills carrying them away. Don't know many men who can hoist a whole cow up by himself. Scoffing's out here, maybe? Could they have Varl working for them? Not from what the government told me. I'm going to take a look around and get camp set up. Peasant spits, his eyes anxiously darting about as the caravan sets up tents. We'll be here no more than a day. There's silver for any food you've got. For hundreds of Varl? Are you serious? Whatever you're willing to sell. You thinking of squatting? Not enough room for a couple of hunters here. Forget hundreds of them. Shut up. Hear that? Where's Luden? It's faint. Sounds like fighting and something else. Hakan takes off at a run. Hakan, quick to action. Here's a fight and he's there. Oh shit. Click on any tile that will automatically make a path, but you can also set waypoints. Click once to make a way. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. So like we move there and then move there. Doesn't really matter in this situation, but if there's like things to go around or like obstacles and stuff, you can plan a route. Oh yes, and spearmen can attack diagonally with the extra reach. Oh no, what did the prince do? The prince found our first sighting of the dredge, which are these lovely things. So we can attack diagonally and up to 2 tiles away. Click the top right banner to compare your stats with the enemies. Now click the enemy to target. Oh, I was clicking on everybody individually. I forgot that there was this nifty just show everybody's stats for planning things out. Attack blocks on strength. For each enemy armor higher than your strength, there's a 10% chance the attack will be deflected. Notice the chance to hit shown above the attack button. Attack this enemy's strength. 50% chance to miss. We can't use willpower right now. Deflect. Deflected attacks do no damage. From here on out, you will fail catastrophically if you don't break armor. Damaging both strength and armor is equally important. And Luden got smacked. Okay. Next is you back there, so you're no danger for at least one turn. And then you. Or no, then you. But these two go before that. Although Gunnulf's injured, which is a big problem. Sundering Impact. Added strength and armor damage to target and adjacent enemies. That's right. So that's nice because we can chip away a little of its damage capability. God, it's going to do 5 damage to you immediately, or it would do 7 damage to Gunnulf immediately. Both of which are going to render those characters not very useful. We're actually going to... do this. Ow. You're gonna get in there. So what's Bring the Pain do? Break damage to target plus 1, return the favor 1 round. We'll do that. Ow, Hakon's taking some damage. This is rough. We need to... You're so low now that... I should have rested to make Gunnulf full health, and this would have been a much easier fight because we could have done some immediate damage to this thing. We gotta keep chipping this thing down, or it's gonna make mincemeat out of all our characters. You won't do any damage to that. You can start doing some damage to these things, though. Alright, if I move you here... Let's use double willpower. Ow. God, Hakon's getting smacked. It's okay, though. This thing's no threat to anyone with their current armor levels yet, so it's going to only have to strip some armor, which is fine. This thing could maybe hit. You're still the problem. Who's next? That one. Okay. All 3 go before this thing goes again. Bring the Pain do? Breaks in and punishes enemies for retaliating. Okay. If I break 3 armor... That doesn't help anybody in this situation, though. It's going to get it to 10, which is still not really low enough for anyone to do significant damage. What's the chance of me hitting this? 70%? For 2? Let's try it. Let's see if we can get lucky. Nice. Now it can only really deal a couple of damage to Hakon. So Hakon's safe-ish for the time being. Especially, actually, Sundering Impact. Take it down to 8. Now it's lower than our armor class. Ow, you did some damage there. That's okay. You... Oh, you don't have any willpower to use your special. That's okay. You can just take 3 damage off this thing, though. Khan's next. Okay. We've got things under control now. So I don't remember the exact mechanic behind it, but you might notice that there's like, when I'm hitting these characters, there's extra numbers going up on the ones beside them. The Dredge have like an inherent weakness where like breaking stuff on one of them will, or damaging them will like cause little minor chain reactions. So you can like, by maneuvering around how the battlefield's set up, you can get like a lot of extra value out of your attacks. I don't remember the exact mechanics behind it, though. I'm sure the game will explain it to us here soon. Who's next? This is still the most dangerous thing. I could probably take out... Just keep lowering you down. You're out of willpower now, but that's fine. Only 50% chance to hit this. Let's break. We've got the advantage now, though. Gonna have to take that one out. Whenever an enemy falls in battle, 1 willpower star is added to your horn. Using the horn will give 1 willpower to the active ally. Yeah, so in addition to their individual willpower amounts that we can spend through, we also have like a collective pool up here that we can use if somebody runs out and we need them to be able to do something. Yeah, you're gonna just finally take this big thing out. And we're good. We got through this. Do I want to give you the kill? I think I'd rather give the kill to somebody else who needs to get up to level 2. Like, you just got a kill. You killed the other one. Hakan has no kills yet. We can accept that attack, that's fine. I'd really like Hakan to... There we go. Victory! Trying to get yourself killed, Luden? What are you doing? I was trying to get a shot in between the plates. You ever seen a Dredge before, boy? What kind of idiot? Break their armor first. Where did they come from? We didn't even see them. They were just there. So to Luden's credit, well, it was silly of him to try and take that fight. He did attempt to stand up to the enemy. Like, he didn't... He seems like he at least has the will to fight, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It would have been smarter for him to run away and get help, but... Hakan goes to where Wagner lies face down. The future Varl King lies motionless aside from a spreading pool of blood. Wagner's dead. Chapter 2. Where did that thing come from? Shh, stay close. I think it saw us. So now we've departed from our lovely company of Varl, and we're with these two characters. Uh, 9-8. Doesn't really matter. Where can you get to? Not very. You can only get to there. Okay, that's alright. What's your attack range? Is there a way I can see characters' attack range? I know there is. That was not going to help. Well, you can move to there, so we'll just step within run spot here. Oh, we can click on attack to see attack range, so we're just not barely close enough. But to get close enough, it would have been able to shoot us, so that's fine. Ooh, deflect. Unfortunate. Okay, but it did. Orange squares indicate range of attack. This is our first time having range characters, so that's why they waited to tell us until now. What's Mark Prey do? Breaks one and all allies attack, yeah. Nice. Ow. It's okay. Do you have a special ability? Thread the needle. Oh, yes, that's right. You can deal damage to things in a line. I think we do 90% chance for 2 damage. Yeah, okay. There we go. It's going to keep doing that. But now we move up. We mark prey again. Why didn't she attack it? That's weird. She was in range. %80 chance? We'll take those odds. Nice. It really wants to run her down. Holy shit. It does not like Alette. Whatever, we can just finish it now. Dope. Was that a dredge? Well, that looks calm, but you can tell her heart is about to beat right out of her chest. It was. Let me see. Are you hurt? No, I'll be fine. When the dredge attacked your cart and the ox bolted, it spilled most of your supplies. You can see more dark figures moving through the trees when you glance in that direction. All that food. It's the last we were going to skip before winter. What do we do? Don't run. Let me think. Forget the supplies, let's go back to Skogr. If we hurry, we can gather them before more dredge appear. Do you think you can handle more of them? Let's attempt to gather some supplies. I can see them in the trees. Are you sure about this? No, we have to try. Be quick. Let calms the ox while you frantically toss supplies back into the cart. More dredge emerge, but you manage to get the cart moving again before they cling. Before they can close in. The colossal figures slowly recede into the distance. Plus 15 supplies. Nice. Represent food and other goods. When supplies are gone, people will start to die of starvation. The more people are in the caravan, the faster supplies will diminish. Makes sense? Are you sure? No. I mean, that's the answer. Can't be sure of anything. You can see how many days of supplies you have left on the travel display at the top of the screen. Most towns will have supplies to sell, as well as a few items. Here we come. Scooting back out of the forest to town.
expected to see the dredge with my own eyes. What happened in the north? Already we see more between the trees as we approach our home, and Alette grips my hand tight. We must find Ivor.
But who's Ivor? I love the soundtracks. Ivor. The enormous rock in question towers over the men in the training field. He squints as you approach. Already back, Huntmaster? Thought you'd be tomorrow. Look at this fellow. Dredge everywhere. Dredge? How did they get through Greyhorn? Must have broken through the fort. Fires nearby have stopped sparring, they gather around you. Damn it, they'll be here soon if they're not already. You hear screams from the outskirts, people are running toward the Great Hall. Ivor turns to one of the older boys in his group of fighters. Eggle, take Alette to the Great Hall. Tell the chieftain what's happening. The rest of you gather up as many people as you can. Come on, Alette. No, wait, I want to help. Go with Eggle, Alette, let them fight Ivor. I mean, if we're going to fight, I'd rather have more characters. Want to invite some goats to join us, too. You're asking for dead kids. I won't let anything happen to her. Oh, Eggle. How heroic. They'll have to deal with it sooner or later, Ivor. What now? Eggle, keep your shield up. We'll just hold them off until everyone's inside, and then we figure out what to do next. More shouts draw your attention to some houses atop a nearby hill. House. Sure enough, dredge are gathering in number. Fear threatens to bubble over into panic. How long do we need to keep this up, you ask? Ivor shakes his head unknowingly. That's a bad sign. Turn order. Units move in the turn order you place them from left to right. This initiative order is very important when setting up strategies. For example, put archers after melee units so that they can stay safe behind your heavy hitters. Drag the unit icons to rearrange their turn order. I have an item, Alette's bracelet, lovingly made by a hunter's wife to keep her daughter safe from harm. 1 arm, 1 strength, 1 willpower. Yeah, items start to come into play. Can I see what your special abilities are in here? Stonewall. The character braces for impact with his heavy shield, resisting damage from each strike for the next turn. Each hit the Raidmaster takes to either strength or armor is reduced, preventing him from taking permanent damage to either. Raidmaster can use Stonewall to rush into a group of enemies and gain a forward advantage, or step in the way of a powerful enemy to block his movement with impunity. Rank 1, resist 3 per hit, resist 5 per hit, resist 7 per hit. Okay, so we can resist 3 damage per hit if we use that. Hey, H-Ken, good to see you. Welcome in. Oh yeah, the Ravster. There's a thing or two about marching order game. Maybe you've heard of a little game called Darkest Dungeon. Not exactly the same, but certainly applicable. Yeah, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Oh, battering ram. That's right. Knocked back and does 1 break damage. That's right. I think I want probably you in the lead. Then you. Then Alette, then Rook. That seems reasonable. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Ooh. Excuse me. Who is this big old behemoth in the back here? 1712? Jesus, okay. What do we got to work with? What I say can resist 3 damage. 12. Okay, so 3 with 10 defense plus 3, 13. That would be enough to resist from any of these characters. Which means you can just run straight into the middle and try to distract people with your shield wall ability early on. We need to deal with this quickly. Putting you there as well. Rook can start over here, and Alette can start in behind him. We'll try it out. So I don't know when this game saves. I don't remember. I guess there's no manual saving and it just saves at auto checkpoints. The one with the shield looks like trouble. Let me handle him. I will attempt to do so. He goes next, right? Yeah. Ren Eggle. Also, oof, that's a big boy. It is indeed, yeah. We'll stonewall. It's gonna walk up and do nothing because we resisted. Nicely done. Since we did that now, who's next? You are next. I don't want you getting to anyone. I think we actually run you in. Just immediately deal 4 damage there. You also went for my character who's going to resist. That's very kind of you. Mighty generous, thank you. This one would have to expend its 1 willpower to get in range of anything, so that's fine. That one's next. Now, Eggle's resisting. Does that mean I can... Assume the plan would be to break all the other ones so the big one gets weaker? Well, it'll only get weaker if we can break them while they're, like, adjacent to it. The breaks only travel through the dredge if they're touching. So we'd have to get them all over here first. But that would definitely be a good strategy, for sure. Because Eggle's resisting, I feel like if I move Alette here... Wait, one sec. Where can you go this turn? Yeah, you're no danger. How far does this go? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I think I can move Alette here. Because Eggle's resisting, we don't need to worry about him getting hit by the thread the needle. Hits all units between the archer and the target, doing bonus damage. Bonus armor break. Yeah. So we shoot here. Yeah, Eggle resisted, and then it did decent damage to both of those. You did 1 break on Ivor, that's fine. Now I think... Who's next? You? And you're actually a danger. Well, not... You're a danger if I run up, which I probably shouldn't. I want to run... I'm tempted to just run up to this thing and use Mark Prey because it makes all allies within range attack the target. So like then Alette would shoot it again and Eggle would hit it. But the problem is then Rook would be in range of this thing, and this thing can immediately do like 3 damage right away. So I think we want to leave the only thing this thing can hit to be Eggle. Which means Rook needs to deal with... You're going next. Ooh, you're in range of Alette. If you wanted to spend a willpower, you could walk all the way up here and do damage to her. I think I'm just going to move Rook here. Do 2 break on you. That's going to smack Eggle, which is fine. And now you can't get to Alette because you're going to get blocked. You could get over here, though. I don't think you can move through your allies, though, so I think what I actually want to do in this scenario, then... Wait, how much... Ivor's got 13, so the big guy can't damage Ivor this turn anyway. So I think Eggle can actually just stand right here. Even if this does walk up and hit its Ivor, it's okay. Eggle's just going to keep stonewalling. It is going to walk towards Ivor. Ooh. Well, that's fine. I think that did more damage to your allies than it did to me. Just convenient. Who's next? That one. Which is the weakest one, so that's good. Yeah, we're gonna move up in... When does this one go? After Alette. I'd like to hit that so it can't do too much damage to Ivor, but we'll get to that. Get out of here. That's gonna go for her. Okay, that's alright. You have 7, so you can deal 4 damage to that, which I think could be... How close would I have to move you, though? What do you got? Like a 3 diagonal, or up to 5 that way. So if I moved you... 1, 2, 3, that's not enough. If I used a willpower to move you there, you could hit that target from there. What? Did I miscount? Shit, I fucked up. Okay. That's actually really, really rough. I just moved her closer to something that's now gonna come fuck her up, probably. Oh no, you're gonna go for Ivor. Okay, that's fine. You could do 1 damage to that. You could do 7 damage to that. But this is the next one to go. Although this can only hit... It could walk all the way over here and hit Ivor. I think you're just going to step to the side. Hit this thing for big 7. That is going to come smack Ivor, but that's okay. These two are essentially non-issues now. Big thing can't get to anyone who's in trouble anyway. And actually, its damage has gotten low enough. It's not a huge danger to Ivor either way. I wonder if I should just have Ivor... No, you know what? Shield walling has been working very well. I think we're just going to keep with that strat. Basically absorbing all of this thing's attacks. Ivor next, then that one, then that one. Okay, the strong one goes like last. Which means I can afford to do some good break on it. I wish Rook wasn't there. That would be a great opportunity for a thread the needle shot. Is it worth it anyway? Just shoot through. Yeah, we'll do it. And then, yeah, and then we can do big damage to this thing before it gets a turn to go, making it essentially useless. Now it keeps resisting. This thing could walk around and hit Ivor if it really wanted to and do 1 damage, but that's not that big a deal. Eggle, you will keep shield walling. Nice. Okay, so now we can move Ivor over here. Do 3 break on you. Pretty excited for that new Pokemon Legends game. Looks so good. Is that the RPG one? I think. I've looked at it a little bit, but I haven't seen all that much about it. Do 2 more break to you. That's fine, and then Rook will do 3 damage, putting that at 7. Okay. At this point, all the enemies are low enough that we are in good shape and don't really need to worry about anything, really. This was... it's only been 1 really good fight, but I'm starting to feel more confident. Because I think I managed this quite well. Because we use Stonewall and Eggle so much, I feel like he'll have a hard time getting kills, so I should probably make sure to pick him up some here early in the game. If I recall, Ivor does not have a hard time getting kills. But... yeah. So because of that, we'll break on this thing again. Alette could decimate either of these things. Why is she doing 8 damage to that? I'm a little confused. I mean, I'm fine with it, but did she somehow... oh, bonus damage when stationary. That's right. If Alette doesn't move that turn, she does bonus damage. That's right. Take this opportunity to take the big one out. Now, who do I want to give this last kill to? You took 1. She's taken 1. I think she got the other one too, so she's gotten 2. Rook having 1's fine. Ivor wouldn't have gotten any in that case, but that's okay. There'll be opportunities to get Ivor some kills, I think. That victory music is just getting a little loud, I think. I don't know if it's enough of a problem that I should turn down, like, everything, but... I feel like just as the horns come in there at the end, it's just a little blaring. Combat can be unforgiving. Don't hesitate to change the difficulty of battles if it leaves you frustrated or you find yourself needing a tougher challenge. Use the options menu to change the difficulty. Don't worry, you can change the difficulty at any time and it has no effect on the story or the choices you make. So, yeah. So the difficulty is only for just whether you're enjoying the combat or not, essentially. Which is always a nice feature when they make difficulty settings accessible like that, where you can just change them when based, or like to suit your own play experience at any time. Black Horde is forming at the tree line. Enough of this, says Ivor. Glancing over his shoulder. We're going back. Then adds, Rook, I'm doing one more check of the houses around here. See if you can find anyone. Keep watch or argue to head back immediately. Ready for the new Fluffy Boy? Keep watch or argue to head back immediately. There's a new Growlithe? I had not heard that. In Legends or in a different game? New Growlithe. New Growlithe form? New Legends Arceus gameplay revealed showing... Oh, a new Growlithe form. Can I see a picture of it? Internet, or are you just gonna... only show me headlines? Oh, you weren't kidding about the fluffiness. Wow. That Growlithe looks like it should be a judge presiding over like a trial. like an old-fashioned one in like Victorian England. That kind of judge. Or a composer. Mozart-esque. Huh. That's funny. It's like High-Sen something region? Gotcha. I'll have to look more into that. I'm so behind on Pokemon games. I haven't played... what was the last one I played? Black and White? I didn't play Black 2, White 2. I didn't play XY. I didn't play Sun Moon. I didn't play Sword Shield. It's been a while. One more check of the houses around here, see if you can find anyone. Or you could head back immediately. As you turn to head back, a Colossus appears around the side of the house. It silently looms over Olette, its face expressionless, stony mask, more terrifying than any roar may have produced. Time seems to slow as it pulls back its enormous mace. Shout, shoot it with an arrow, run at it, axe ready. The arrow, I think, is the fastest thing we can do. Shouting and her reacting or running at it are both slower than shooting an arrow, I think, but will the arrow do anything? As though second nature, you knock an arrow. Let it stand directly between you and the dredge, making the shot perilous at best. If you're off by a few inches, stop thinking shoot. Show to get her attention instead. Fire safely above the dredge, distract it. Stop thinking and shoot. You let go. A second passes like an eternity. The arrow bounces off the dredge's face, inches away from what you think is an eye. It recoils, then turns upon Olette again. Ego rushes to her side. Ivor throws himself between them, catching the mace on his shield and returns the favor, crushing the dread's head with his shield point. When the dust settles, you can see that everyone is alright. Let's get out of here, says Ivor, as he goes to check the last few houses nearby. Rook, see if you can find any more survivors and meet me in front of the hall. So now we can check on our characters and stuff. Items are shown at the bottom of the roster. Drag them onto your units to equip them. Items can be only equipped by characters of equal rank. Promote your units to equip higher rank items. Click on an item for more information. Wait, did I not have this equipped in the fight? I just assumed Olette was using it. 1 armor, 1 strength, 1 will. I mean, I guess I'll put it on her because it's her thing. Also, I have 2 characters that can be promoted, right? You can be promoted. For 5 now, that's fine. 2 points? What do I want to give you 2 points in? I mean, you're an archer. You do extra damage when you're stationary. I feel like... I'm just going to up your damage for now. And trust in my own positioning to keep you out of harm's way. We'll see if that works or not. You have a melee ability that lets... Okay, you keep saying the game is neat, but hi, this game is neat, isn't it, though? I'm glad you're finding it so interesting, Zeb. I love Banner Saga a lot. And I'm actually very excited that I've now, decided to sit down and committing to play through all 3 of them. I'm really looking forward. Looking forward to re-experiencing this one, of course, but also really looking forward to getting through it and onto the second one, which I've never done before. Yeah, promote. That's what I'm in here doing. I could also do damage with you, but as I just mentioned, you like to go in and use your, or I'd like to have the option to use your prey mark ability, which makes everything attack the thing you mark, but that's a melee range, so you need to walk in to use that. So I think I want to put at least one more point, no, 2 points into armor. 10-10 feels solid for now. So are there like class trees, or do their classes just get cooler with time and promotion? So as I recall, the classes just get kind of cooler with time and promotion. I don't think there was like enough, or there wasn't like variance in terms of like you can choose different skills for them. You can choose where the points go, of course, so you can customize them a little bit that way. But it's more that this particular character has this particular skill set, and whether or not you want to use them in a team composition, or like how you want to build your team composition is where you get your variance. But the individual characters themselves sort of have their specialty, and that's kind of how they're used. I love how those trees look, and you want a band of those as a tattoo around your arm. Like, are you allowed to marry an art style? Because sheesh. Isn't it gorgeous, though? If we dip back out here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's, oh yeah, the way they like have those really long, spindly, like, parts of it look almost like circuit board-esque, but like a natural organic version of a circuit board almost. It's really, really cool in the background there, yeah. And then this different type down here that like spreads out in that, like, yeah. Gosh, it's awesome. Is there anything we can buy from the market? Oh, that's right. So renown is also something that can be spent for supplies. Which is kind of a little strange in terms of like design. Well, not design, but I guess like contextually doesn't make sense that you get less famous because you decided that you needed to buy some food from somebody. But it also doesn't make sense that you get less famous by leveling up characters. I guess it's not that you're getting less famous, it's just that you've gathered a certain amount of renown and now you spend it in a way. But so we have 9. We have 17 days worth of supplies for our current party. Simple Black Sash, said to be wrapped around the eyes of a blind archer who never misses a shot. Never deflected, plus 10 crit chance. Or the Dust. Powder Crusher and unusual rocks of the Nordfling wastes are often used to paint shields, add to their strength, plus 2 armor. Also, you see those dredge creeping? Oh, yes, in the, they were in the foreground, right? Or were they back in the background? Well, I'll take a look again when I get out there. We can get 3 days worth of supplies for 1 renown. This is good, I think. Even the items have lore, that's so cool. Oh yeah, the thing about the blind archer? Yeah. Well, and actually, this too, actually. From the wastes and used to paint shields and stuff. Yeah, they put a lot of effort into really sort of making this world feel, like, dense and fleshed out. Plus 2 armor is good, especially this early in the game. I think I'm going to buy that. And I think we'll spend the last 3 of our renown to get 9 more supplies. Give us 26 days worth of supplies. It doesn't give us any anything left to level anybody up when we get the opportunity, but I don't think there's anyone... We would need to do at least one more fight to get anyone available to level up, and we should get some renown from that, so hopefully we can get some back. I'm playing this a little different than I would play a lot of games. I'm usually quite like a hoarder in video games. I'd normally be like, well, what if I need this renown later? And I'd just be like coveting it, like a renown dragon or something. But I'm gonna try and give myself early advantages and see if that I can snowball that into having like a stronger save file to import into the second game overall. We'll see if it pans out or not. Oh yeah, the dredge walking around over here in the foreground. And also, I guess it's not... That wouldn't be like specifically less art style and more just like, I guess, the scene composition choices. I love how the game makes use of the foreground. Like, a lot of games, or just like even shows or anything, like the scene would be like these buildings and then there'd be a nice beautiful background, but like sticking stuff in front of the focal point is a really, really cool way to add to like the depth of the scene and like the dimensionality that's going on here. I don't know. I can't stop gushing about like every aspect of this game. So many games that are just like, here's world, it exists, I guess. Yes, that's true. This does a really good job of how it presents the information as well. You're about to say this actually feels like a world, like one that people actually live in. Yes, exactly. Yeah. This game good. 99,999 out of 10. I'd say that's about a fair score for it. You find anyone? A few. Sent them inside. Gods, this is bad. I'm out of practice, Rook. Look, as long as I've known you, you've always wormed your way out of talking about Dredge. This would be the time to start talking. I can tell you they rarely stop for rest. The sooner we leave, the better. They'll follow us until we're tripping over tired women and children. Then they'll attack. Even after we're wiped out, they'll keep coming, trampling corpses in their wake. There's no end to them. How did anyone survive the Great Wars? Ask the Menders. I wasn't there. But I know you fought your fair share. Yeah. I've killed enough slag for one lifetime. That's why you're going to save us now. Don't lay that on me. Come on, let's get inside. Ivor seems like a haunted individual who has a past. I mean, we don't have any more renowns. There's no point going back to the market or checking on the heroes, really. We'll just go directly into the Great Hall. Chieftain. It's a dope-ass head tattoo you've got there, Chieftain. Rook, thank the gods you made it. The Great Hall is an utter din filled with it, as it is with dozens of terrified families. Don't stop worrying yet. I haven't. What in the depths is going on? Dredge milling around? Ransacking houses? We love our tragic backstories, indeed. Chieftain's wife finds you pushing through the crowd. Oh yes, Oddleaf. God, she's got a gorgeous character design. They must know we're here. Why haven't they attacked? Don't know. I wouldn't expect it to last. I've made some decisions, but tell me straight. What would you both do in my place? And so pretty? Yeah. She's so... Yeah, and so cool? Yes. Yeah, I love her design. And just the white fletching on the arrows and the white bow. It's such a cool setup. Made some decisions, but tell me straight. What would you both do in my place? I'd have left by now. They're already outside the doors. Not so easily done, Rook. I trust Ivor on this. It's not a decision I care to make. I think we can hold out. Now, if I recall, I think this is like a legitimate option. We can choose to bail, or we can choose to take optional fights here. Taking the optional fights long term, if we can win them, would probably be for the best, because we'd build up some more renown that we can spend on stuff later. I don't know if I trust myself to win them, though. Trust Ivor in this is not a decision I can make, or I think we can hold out. I mean, this one just doesn't seem... We don't know Rook very well yet, but it just doesn't feel like something he would say, because, like, Ivor was just telling us about how terrible the Dredge are, and he's like, gods, how did anybody survive the Great War? I don't think his answer would be, oh, we can hold out, even though I've just heard and believed what I was just told about that. The fact you even have a say is so cool. Yeah, it really, really is. I trust Ivor. Chieftain sighs a deep and heavy breath, slumping. He looks years older. I imagined us fighting back and saving the town, but nonsense. Ivor's right, of course. We can't just wait to be slaughtered. I also think it's a really good decision that, like, so far, almost all the characters have been portrayed with at least some degree of competence. Like, there's so many stories that would just have, like, the chieftain in the starting town be sort of a bumbling, kind of, like, can't, like, make a decision, cracks under pressure type of character. Which, I mean, is fine. Those characters are completely valid, but, like, I like that this village chieftain, like, has a bit of confidence in his own thoughts and decision making. Like, he realizes that his initial hopes for, like, saving the town are not the right idea, and he's like, no, we got to do what we got to do. Doesn't argue about it because he knows someone with more experience is giving him valuable insight. Where do we go? If Dredge are coming down from the north. Frostfeller to the west. It's close and it has walls. I intend to be free of Skogr in one push. Nobody left behind. I wouldn't. If they follow us, we're done. What do you suggest? Let me create a distraction, then go. I'll catch up on the road to Frostfeller. Sounds like suicide, Ivor. Let's do as the chieftain says. Ivor's right. I'll help with the distraction. What if we set the town on fire as we left? Do we abandon the storehouse? Ooh. These are even, like, different directions of thought. Do I ask for the storehouse? Will that enable us to run a mission to the storehouse? Do I offer to stay with Ivor? Thing is, I don't want to leave Ivor to do it by himself. My concern with games that give me choices is, like, if I ask about the storehouse, does that lose me the opportunity to say I'll help with the distraction? And then Ivor's just like, nope, storehouse is fine, go away. And then we just leave, and it's like, oh, well, I missed the opportunity to go down that path. What if we set the town on fire as we left? That's an idea. I'm going to ask for the storehouse. If we have to. We'll be leaving behind everything but the supplies you brought, Rook. On the other hand, Frostfeller is at least a week away. I'm not sure we've got that much food. It'll be cutting it close. If we're saddled with heavy carts, it'll be almost impossible to outpace the Dredge. And if we run out of food before we get to Frostfeller, it won't matter how many escape. I still say let me handle the Dredge. Okay, brings us back to, let's all just get out like the chief suggested. I usually know what he's talking about. I'll join him. We can't afford to leave the food behind. I feel like I always default to this in this scenario, but I'm just gonna go with Ivor. Chieftain thinks for a long moment. I didn't ask for advice just to ignore it. Promise you're not throwing away your lives on this. That wasn't part of my plan. Ivor? Nope. Then I'm coming with you. Oh, Oddleaf. That catches you by surprise. The chieftain rubs his chin, but doesn't argue. From the training she's given Alette, you've no doubt she can handle a bow. Fine. I'll get the townspeople ready. Make your move, Ivor. We'll leave when you're clear. So one thing you actually dislike about Dragon Age, if you were asked a question in Dragon Age and you give an answer that doesn't seem like it closes the conversation, it closes the conversation. Yes. Yeah, I'm always so worried about stuff like that. It's like, whenever a game gives you an option and it's not just like sort of a yes or no options, but there's also like these other tangential things that go off on their own dialogue line, someone's always like, those aren't just gonna like take me away from this choice, are they? Like, I want to come back to this, please. I want Gil with us, says Ivor. If something happens to us, I need him to tell the chieftain. Ivor goes off to find him. Alette finds you. I know what you're doing. You have to let me come, she says. Don't leave me, please. I'll be good. Yeah, I mean, I want the whole squad. I don't want to do fights with less than as many units as I can have. Literally love her hair. Oh, Oddleaf's? Yeah, it's great. Okay, Alette, just promise to listen. I promise, she says. Ivor soon finds you both. Let's go. Remember, we're not trying to fight them all. We're just getting their attention. Does that mean I don't have to kill every unit in this fight? Is it just like a last a certain amount of rounds? I honestly don't remember. You step into the town courtyard where you can already see dredge in every direction. Ivor starts banging his shield and swearing at them. We kill a few, he shouts, and the rest will follow. You steel yourself for a tough fight. I think I'm going to take a quick break right before the tough fight. I do kind of need to use the washroom. Or use the washroom. Oh, yes, we got this now. Now, your block thing last fight was good enough without any extra armor. So I feel like this armor should probably be given to somebody else who might need it more. What are you? You're an 8-7. You're a 10-10. You're a 14-12. I feel like giving this to Ivor is a good idea. Oh, I can't use this on anyone yet because this is an item level 3. So I need to level up at least one more character. Or I need to level up a character to at least level 3 to be able to use that. Okay, that's fine. Turn order, I think this is fine. All the archers going last. Actually, we'll put Rook last. Just because I want to leave the potential open for like a big combo where like if all 4 of the others are in range of something, Rook can finish the round by walking up to it and using the mark praise, and then they all attack it. Okay, that said, I do really need to use the washroom, so we'll do this fight as soon as I'm back. Please take this opportunity to take care of yourselves too. Get a drink, get a snack, get a stretch in if you haven't moved at all recently, and I'll be back shortly. Okay. Yeah, everyone hydrate. Indeed, hydrating is very important. If you're able to do so, you should try and have some water or some other sort of other beverage on hand at all times. Or don't. I mean, I'm not your doctor. do whatever's best for you. Welcome back. Thank you, Zeb. It is good to be here. This is the order I decided upon. What's your special ability, actually? Rain of Arrows. Character secretly selects an unoccupied tile on the board and fires up to 3 arrows in the air. If the enemy passes through the selected tile, they are hit by the falling, stopping them in their tracks, ending their turn. Rain of Arrows can be used offensively, defensively, to protect allies, and is generally most effective when forcing an opponent to second-guess his actions. Smart use of the ability can potentially lock down an entire team. Dope. Okay. If you have that, you should go here. Because potentially we could use Rain of Arrows to force an enemy to stop on a particular tile, which is in line with other enemies, potentially setting a let up for her thread the needle shot that goes through multiple things. Okay, let's go for it. Okay, 5 enemies. Oh, and these ones are these big guys who have swords instead of the shield and the mace, I believe. Yeah, low or comparatively lower armor, but really high strength. 16 strength, which is higher than anything we have, and was enough that it'll go through Egil's shield block. So we need to get some health damage on these as soon as possible. If that's a big ouch, it is indeed. If they hit us, at least. It's unfortunate. I mean, it'd probably be too much of an advantage if we could see the enemy's turn order. It's starting these two in here and all of our archers over here. The problem with that is if this just decides to walk over this way and then these guys get caught behind this stuff, it's going to have a field day. I feel like we want, if anything, to have all of our characters in like the same box so we can guarantee that our archers are behind our front line. I also think you can move through units, so you can actually sit back here. Sure. Let's give this a try. Okay, who's first? You. But you can only get to there. Then you. But because there's equal numbers, this will actually work with what I was trying to do in that fight earlier, where I was like, oh, I'll just only move my units a little bit, and then they'll have to walk to me, and then I can get a full round or get a bunch of attacks in. Because they had so many extra units, that didn't really pan out last time, but this time. So what did I just say? It was you, then you, then you, then you, then you. Okay. So these two down here are going sooner. So I should attempt to just move all down that way and deal with them sooner. Alright, so where's safe that I can head to? Egil can go to there safely, right? Yeah. And turn. And then we can open immediately with Ivor coming in and... let's battering going to do? Knock up to 4 tiles for 1 break, plus 1 per unit they pass through. Can't knock him through anyone this turn, but what we can do... Or actually, I could just open immediately with 2 damage, putting him at 14. I think that's worthwhile. You're next. I could just use your Rain of Arrows, like put one there so this thing can't. Just has to stop immediately. We could just use you to keep the other big one away until we've got this one where we're not worried about it anymore. And try to manage things like that. What's your range on that? You can do up to 5 away from yourself. So if I wanted to put it there, I need to move a couple up. I don't want to really put you in range of that, though. Let's move you here. We'll just put a Rain of Arrows there. Perfect. Now you're here. Next up is you. Hopefully that doesn't move into that Rain of Arrows spot. But if it does, it'll at least have used up its only willpower, so that would be, I guess, a consolation. Let's put 2 more damage into this. Okay, didn't move too far. Perfect. You're next, then Aggle, then this one will go. But it's low enough now that Aggle can withstand its attacks, so that's fine. Move Rook here. And Rook will... also put 2 damage onto this? Or attempt to? Nice. Dope. Okay. So now you're actually the lowest damage character on the enemy team, so that's nice. Actually, you can safely... just walk up in here and stonewall. Hopefully draw some attention. Like that. Okay. I think we move here. Yeah, we'll burn 4. Make that thing a non-issue. Okay, you're gonna go for Rook. For 1 damage, that's okay. You're gonna once again just place a spot there and hopefully keep that thing from doing much. Now, unfortunately, that thing could actually just walk down this way and go for Aggle, so hopefully it doesn't do that. Alette can actually go to here and Pierce shot these 2. Nice. Ow. Shit. Oddleif just took a hefty hit that I was not really prepared for. Next is you. Hopefully you step into that. If you don't, you're probably going to do some significant damage to Eggle, but that's okay. We could try to hit you for some damage right now, or we could... Then you're going, but you're not as big a concern now. And you... Then you. So you're much sooner. You're right beside him already. Let's do this. Nice. Get stopped. Stonewall again. You do a couple damage to her, that's okay. Next is that thing. Means I need to put some damage on that thing. No, not you. How do I select the correct one here? Hello? Can I spin the camera at all? I'm having a really hard time selecting the dredge I want. No, not that one. Not that one. Oh wait, that is the right one. Never mind. Here I was thinking that I didn't have the right unit selected, but I did. Okay, that's going next. You're getting smacked around by this thing, so someone's gonna need to do something to that here soon. When does that go? Then. Got two. I'd like to do at least one more damage to this before it gets a chance to swing. However, that said, you can step back here. Rain of arrows there. That's okay. You're up next. Chances of hitting that would be low. %70 on you, 80% on you, 90% to do a couple damage to that thing. Nice, got stopped in its tracks. Now Rook. Rook. Can move here. What's my highest priority right now? I want to put damage on that thing before it gets a chance to attack. Rook could maybe do so. %80 chance? Let's see. Nice, okay. Now Eggle goes. Do I just do the same thing I've been doing with you, or is it time to start having you attack stuff? Next is you, who are not even in range, then you, who could go after him, but probably won't. Yeah, I think it's time we can safely start having Eggle contribute to the fights. Oddleaf takes a hit, that's okay. just gonna have her keep skirting around the big thing and leaving arrows so that if somebody chooses to come after her, she'll stop them. I think that's reasonable. What we got here? A 7-6, a 6-5, a 10-6, a 9-8, and a 9-12. The 9-12 is clearly the highest priority target. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, you went that way, that's fine. But now you're low, I can do the mark to you. Shot, and I will smack you too. Boom, down to 5. Oh yeah, the old sword twirl. I remember that. That summons another enemy. I'm in a pretty good position though. Do I want to let him summon that enemy so I can get more renown? Do I want to milk this fight for... That seems ambitious. Aggle's next. I'll ponder. Okay, that's okay. Now Ivor could just fully take some things, start taking things out. You can just run over here and shred that a little bit. I'm actually going to run you up into here and have you thread the needle on these two. Nice. What do they got? 6-5, 8-5, 7-1, 4-2, 9-6. So 9-6 is back to being the most dangerous thing they have. But it's not that dangerous. Oh, this thing's about to go. Moment of truth. Do I let it summon another unit? Or do I finish it off? I feel like right now would be dangerous to let it summon another unit. Maybe I should wait and see if this one goes to summon towards the end of the fight and maybe let it bring like one thing in when I've dealt with everything else. But I feel like... Oh, we can't mark it anyway. So maybe... Okay, well I can't kill this thing anyway, so never mind. It's not even an option. I potentially should have focused sooner. Whatever, it's 1 8-10 unit. That's all the way over here. We should be fine before it comes back. Nope, we're not going to use the willpower. Nice. Okay, we're in pretty good shape. Okay, that's alright. What's your range? You can't hit anyone next turn anyway. None of these are a danger right now. It'll take him a while to get over there? Indeed. Yeah, he won't be a problem for a little bit. Actually, as long as we can set it up so like when he walks over immediately, Ivor, or before he goes again, Ivor can just walk over and do the 12 on the 8, take it down to 6. We won't have anything to worry about from this thing at all. Everything's pretty low, which is good. Start picking and choosing our who wants to get kills here. So Eggle, I think, needed one more to get promotion. Ivor hasn't gotten any. I'd like to give Oddleaf some kills too. With her low stats, it's kind of hard to find opportunities to get her kills, so I want to be able to level her up sooner rather than later. Rook. Can't hit that thing from where you are, unfortunately. Just do a damage to that. Keep slowly picking these down so that anybody can finish any of them at a given moment. This one's going next. So we're going to prep Ivor by putting him here. Perfect. And it goes there. So we could kill one thing and Ivor would still go before it. But if we kill more than one thing... You can still only hit this one? Okay, that's fine. 50% chance. Come on! I was lucky. Start dealing damage to this already. It's okay. One. These three are all at 1. That's 2, which are both fine. Just in case. It's fine. Now Ivor gets in on this. Taking it down to 4. Okay, good. At this point, none of them are a concern, really. Which means we can start trying to take things out. So let's put a kill on Oddleaf here if we can. That's fine. Alette leveled up last time, so I don't know if I need to give her any right now. I'd like to get 2 on Ivor, 1 more on Eggle, 1 more on Oddleaf, which is 4 of them. So I guess we could afford to put 1 onto Alette. Actually, she can just do 3 damage to this thing. Putting it anyone in range for anyone to hit. I think that'll work nicely. Hey, Ari, good to see you. Welcome in. I hope you are doing well, friend. I didn't say that I felt like putting any kills on Rook, did I? Rook, just come over here and chill. Aggle, I said I wanted to put one on, so that's fine. Ivor, I said I wanted to put one on, so that's fine. Oddleaf, I'd like to put another one on, so that's okay. Ooh, deflect. Unfortunate. It's okay, we can stall until she gets a chance to go again. I wanted one more on Ivor. One more on Oddleaf. And the third one can be on anybody, I guess. And Alette works fine for that. Not Rook. Not Aggle. Okay, Ivor. Oh, you can't get to... Whatever. This will be fine. Pillage, and then you should be able to just... use your last willpower, take that out. Boom. Yeah, that victory fanfare is just noticeably louder than anything else, and it's kind of upsetting me. It's been a hell of a night, but most of it has been resolved, so you're vibing with Hot Chalky. How am I? I'm glad to hear that it's mostly resolved now that you're having a good time. Enjoy your hot chocolate. That sounds delicious. I'm doing pretty good. I had a bit of a rough weekend mentally, but the start of the week has actually been going very well for me so far. I'm feeling pretty good, which has been nice. You have no problem getting the dredge to follow. Things begin to look dicey, but you're eventually able to lose them in the thick woods, where they have difficulty keeping up. You climb up to an overlook and wait for the caravan to appear. An hour later, Oddleaf is the first to spot them. There, she points to the road. As you rejoin them, you can tell that there was trouble. Some people are wounded, others missing. A group is gathered at the rear of the caravan. Oddleaf walks beside a covered figure in the open wagon. Old fool, she says through clenched teeth. I should have stayed with him. The chieftain's death hit you like a blow to the gut. You continue on to Frostfeller in silence, Alette's hand firmly in your own. So yeah, we stayed to hold off the dredge, but meanwhile the chieftain died defending the caravan. We were just talking about how he seemed like a pretty cool dude. Pausing to catch your breath, you glance backward to see the caravan stretched out past the point of safety. They're spaced out so far you're unable to see those bringing up the rear. We've got to pull them together, says Ivor. It'd be dangerous to stop until at least the Godstone. The path should be just ahead. Call an early stop for the day. Slow the pace so everyone can catch up. Keep a steady pace. Rally the caravan with a speech. Is Rook a good speech giver? Do we slow the pace so they get caught up? I don't think we just want to stop for the day. Steady pace, we might lose somebody. So it's one of these two. We just lost the chieftain. A speech would probably be useful if Rook can give a good one. Can you check people's stats when you're asked these questions? Do they even have stats like that? No, I don't think so. Like, I don't think there's any sort of speech-giving stat for Rook. I think it's just the branching story trees are written as they're written. So I don't think it's random. I think it's just decided whether or not his speech is going to be good. We just have to see. You make your way on to the rear and hoist the small child onto your soldiers. Fight for every step. Remember those who didn't make it and push onwards. That's pretty cliche, but clansmen see your effort and follow suit, pushing themselves harder. So it... Oh, morale improved slightly, +5 renown. -4 supplies, okay, because we're traveling, that's fine. So it worked out alright. Speech wasn't terrible. Morale declined. Oh, we're at the Godstone. Our first Godstone. These are always so cool. So the game mentioned previously, lore-wise, that like in this world the gods are all dead somehow, but you'll find these Godstones dedicated to each of them across the lands, and there's little events that take place at them. Sometimes they give you good stuff, sometimes they give you bad stuff. Far enough for today, I think, says Ivor. After a day of misery, men and women drop their meager possessions beneath the Godstone of Hridvalder. What are we doing? We just left our homes because suddenly there were dredge. Chieftain did what I suggested, and look what he got for it. Look at these people. Somebody has to hold them together. That's you, Rook. How am I supposed to do that? What do we do if we run into more dredge? But you're the dredge killer around here. How am I supposed to do that? Lie? Tell them everything's going to be alright? Gods, Rook. I don't know. That's... Okay. Pretend you know what you're doing. That's what the rest of us do. Thanks for the advice. Then do whatever you want. Let them fend for themselves if you can live with it. You humans are absurd, Rook. Furious when you're not in control, terrified when you are. Isn't that the truth? Pull it together. I'm worried about Alette mostly. You're right. What if we run into more dredge? That's the thing, right? We have Alette to think about. I mean, she's strong for sure, but it's... In this situation, it's hard to step up and be a leader for the entire caravan and still do what we need to do for like our close interpersonal relationships, right? What if you run into more dredge? You mean when? I'll be honest with you, these men can't take on dredge by themselves. I expect we'll lose 2 for every slag we take down. So we run? Only if you want to lose women and children. We're going to have to fight, and there are going to be deaths. Gods be damned, why is this happening? Think of how I feel. I'm stuck nursing a bunch of weaklings. Okay, Ivor, can you chill? You do care, I can tell. Feh, men are a plague on the world worse than any dredge, as far as I can tell. Chats like this are why we get along so well, Ivor. Oh, gosh. You sleep poorly, the sun forever stuck to an eternally bright sky. Before the others rise, you find yourself staring over long, low hills covered in pine. Godstone looms overhead, the massive eyes of Hridvalder looking the same direction as you. Inspect the stone or get ready to move on. Let's inspect the stone. Weathered Stone doesn't see many visitors, not much reason to travel so far east. When hunters come through, they sometimes stop to give offerings out of habit more than anything else now that the gods are dead. Hridvalder was the god of hunters and of wild beasts, occasionally seen roaming the land as both man and wolf. He was always depicted in effigy with his terrible spear. You wonder what he'd think about his woods being full of dredge now. A young girl from the caravan approaches you. I made this for you, she says, handing you a crude necklace carved from a branch she must have found nearby. Thank you for saving my mama, she says, before running back to her tent. Oh. Back at your tent, you rouse Alette, who clings to your arm until she's completely awake. Bad dreams. Eventually, the camp is broken down, and it's time to move on to Frostfiller. It feels like an end more than a start. But we gained the Bjarkan... the Bjarkan rune, which we'll see what it does next time we get into camp. Oh, wait, know my feelings. Yeah. There's a lot of cute characters in this. Caravan halts when a group of men appear on the trail, weapons at their feet. We've seen the dredge in your wake, says one. We don't wish to meet them alone. If you'll let us join you, we'll show you a watering hole with enough animals to fill those supplied wagons. An inherent fear of strangers raises mutters from the caravan. Allow the men to join you. What are you doing out here alone? Refuse the men and make sure they don't follow. You would hope that with literal monsters roaming the countryside that they have good intentions, but what are you doing out here? We were hunting here for food when the dredge found our village, says the man. When we returned, he looks away, unable to finish. Is he sincere or is he acting? If you'll be no trouble, come along, you say. The men cautiously join your ranks and prove trustworthy. The hidden watering hole nearby is teeming with animals, and soon your supplies are nicely restocked. Dope. Just like that, it pays to trust in others. During a rest, one of the men got too drunk and ended up splashing mead in a warrior's face. A brawl erupts. Many throw fists and a broken bone later. The instigator, Raffensvarter, is tossed on the ground at your feet. Angry clansmen looking for satisfaction. His personal defense is little more than drooling mumbles. Coerce a public apology from him. Tie him up until he dries out. Laugh off the scuffle. Encourage the others to let the issue drop. Is anyone going to care that we force a person who's so drunk they can barely talk to give a public apology? I feel like that's not going to appease anyone. Laugh off the scuffle, encourage the others to let the issue drop, or tie him up until he dries out. Tying him up feels a little harsh, but at the same time, we're literally running for our lives across the countryside from Dredge. I feel like getting a little too drunk, while understandable in the sense that this is a very stressful situation, is something that we need to have a zero tolerance policy for, because you're endangering the entire caravan if you're unable to function to any degree. Time up until it dries out. You grab a rope from the supplies and make short work of the sot. A few onlookers throw scraps at him, but most just walk away with a laugh, at least content that some measure has been taken. Don't throw... Okay, I didn't tie him up so you people can make a public mockery of the guy. I'm just keeping him out of trouble. No morale change, though. Okay, so I guess that was a neutral option. In theory, I mean, I don't know if every event has both positive and negative outcomes, but we didn't get either positive or negative from that, so presumably there may have been a way we could have done that better and worse. The caravan is visibly relieved to find a small village on the way to Frostfeller with beds and fresh supplies. The locals here are shocked by the news you bring and discuss amongst themselves while you set up nearby. Talk to Eggle. We can do a lot of stuff here. Okay, first off, we had something to check in our heroes thing, and a few characters to promote, actually. And I'd like to do my promoting before we accidentally go to the shop and spend all our money. A crude medallion made from the branch of a tree found above the Godstone. Ridvalder, carved with the curious rune. 15% dodge strength. Okay, so I assume that means you can... It's 15% dodge, but only for strength attacks. So not attacks against your armor, but 15% dodge against strength attacks. Okay. Well, we're going to promote you. And, wow, your max armor is only 9. We may as well give that to you, but... Tons of willpower. Wow, that's a lot of willpower. I mean, in that case, 9 and 9 are not really high enough to ever really do much. At least not early fight. Once things get like chunked down their armor later, you can do some stuff with those. But I feel like this character's pretty clearly designed around making heavy use of that rain of arrows and limiting enemies' movement and stuff. So, I mean, we'll put the 1 on just to get that up there, and then we'll go mostly into willpower for this character. Is this a game where you get random characters, or is it story-driven like Fire Emblem and you only get certain characters? Very story-driven like Fire Emblem. There's only a certain group of characters exist in the game, and your decisions matter in the sense that like you can get characters killed by making wrong decisions, or there are certain ones later on where you have the option whether you bring them along or not. Like depending on what you do, they do or don't come with you. But there are only certain characters available at certain intervals. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention. Oh, no worries, McD. That's okay. No worries at all. I love Banner Saga, and I can gush about its mechanics for ages if people have questions. At least as far as I remember. It's been a while since I've played, but okay, so promote Ivor now. Now with you, you're almost the opposite, because your battering ram ability is good, but it's not so good that I want to really use it like every turn necessarily. So I think we very much want to go heavily into your combat stats. Just have you be like a frontline monster. Whoops, I didn't mean to exit out of there. I had one more character to level up. Nothing you've played stands up to Final Fantasy Tactics for you. Fair. Random characters that you can push into danger without worry. I mean, that's valid, McD. Absolutely. I like both. I enjoy stories with like specific characters that you can grow attached to. I mean, I also like games like Darkest Dungeon, where there's just an endless supply of fresh fodder to throw at the horrors that await. I don't know if I have a preference one way or the other. I think it all depends on the execution for me. Both can be done well and not as interestingly. Banner Saga is probably my favorite. It's like heavily story-driven tactics game that I've ever played, though. We want to go all in on armor, because that makes your Stonewall ability so much more effective. If your armor is also super high. I didn't save that. Okay. And then I said 15% chance to dodge strength attacks. I mean, for now, we don't have a lot of options, and we can change these to different characters whenever we feel like. So I think I'm going to throw that on Ivor for now. Got to get one of these two up to 3 so we can give them the Svalin dust as well that we spent valuable renown on. Let's just check the map for the hell of it. We haven't checked the map since we were with the other group. For those who weren't here earlier, this game has a number of perspective characters. So like when we first started, we were playing like a different group of people who were over here. And then for chapter 2, we've moved over to follow these characters, and we'll rejoin the first group again down the road. But there's a larger story here that all sort of interweaves together. But we were just in Skrogr, or Skogr rather. The Steadens of Sen, unable to cultivate good yields or find much fish in the frozen murk of Ba Harbor, nevertheless scratched out a living from the beasts of the forest, where they erected a stone to Herdvalder, patron of hunters. And now we're trying to get to Frostveller. Once sitting upon the bank of a wide lake, when the Nordfelling turned to a waste, the city of Frostveller became a tattered bastion blasted by the freezing winds that roll through the valley. Those who live here are still not known for their hospitality. Or no, those who live here still are not known for their hospitality, rather. Huh, cool. It's a neat setup, yeah. What's this whole section of land called? Setterland. They had such high hopes for Setterland, the new kingdom of Man and Varl, they called it, rounding up anyone who yearned for land of their own. Whole clans and families took the caravans and banners to the untamed frontier. Then the Nordfelling Lake disappeared, the trees withered beneath the Arctic winds, and the crops would not grow. Jeez. Okay. Wait. Nordfelling Lake disappeared? Was that here in these wastes? Nordfelling were not always wastes. At one time, a lake sprawled for hundreds of miles until the land cracked beneath it and the water was frozen desert. Within, curious explorers found the remains of the godstone Redarmir and wondered how it got there. Gosh, I love the lore in this game. I've been gushing about it all night already, but look at all these places that we could just click on. Maybe we visit a lot more of them in the subsequent games, because as I mentioned, I've only played the first one, but like we never go to Allerholm, as I recall, but we can read about it. The ironically named Allerholm is only an island in the sense that its settlers managed to find that the singular bit of solid land surrounded by large tracts of mud and marsh where the Swartbog begins. Despite this, it has managed to make a fair name for itself, refining the nearby peat into iron. Fascinating. Lore real good. Almost 10 million out of 10. Amazing lore and world building. Indeed. Okay. We don't need to keep cruising the map, though. How do I... Oh, there's the X. So we checked our carriers, checked the map. We just need to check the market and see if there's anything, and then we'll talk to Eggle. Ooh. Bale's Locket. Silver Locket reveals a tuft of white fur that must have been precious to its owner, plus 2 will. Level 2 to use, costs 4. Level 5 to use, so we're not going to be there for a while, but... a figurine occasionally carried by older warriors who believed it could temporarily blind their enemies. 20% dodge, strength, plus 2 strength. That's pretty good. What with the Dragonstone? Plus 3 will, plus 1 strength from iron bands. We have 10 days worth of supplies. 1 renown gets us 3, which is less than a day's worth, right? Because if 38 is only 10 days, that means we're running almost 4 a day. So if I like buy a couple here and there, it's not going to get us... I don't know how far we are from Frostfeller or how much I should spend on this. Let's think about it this way. I spent like all my renown when we were back at that previous place, and since then we've done like 1 combat and had a couple events that gave us little bits. And we're at 23. So if we spend down to like 15, get ourselves 5 more days worth of supplies. I think that's reasonable. Hey, Andy. Good to see you. Welcome in. I hope you are doing well today. Let's go talk to Eggle. See what he has to say about things. How's the arm, Eggle? You find Eggle just outside the camp practicing his sword swings. I saw you taking some hard hits out there. Oh, yeah, I'm great. Or, not great, considering everything that's... I'm fine. My arm's fine. It's a strong shield. It's Rook, right? I know we haven't talked much before now. But if you want, just call me Gil. Okay, Gil. I wanted to let you know that I meant what I said before about making sure nothing happens to Olette. You think about what to say. I've never seen a shield like that before. Ivor seems to think you're pretty good. You're protective of Olette, huh? I'm heading back to camp. Stay strong. I mean, I think it's pretty clear you have a crush on our daughter. Our being, we're currently Rook in this section. Do I mind that? Do I want to mention that? Yeah, we'll say it. Well, I don't want her to get hurt. You can see his cheeks turn bright red. Don't worry, she can take care of herself, too. I know, I didn't mean easy, Gil. I know what you meant. Oh, we can do all of them. That's nice. Time to start sharpening a sword in his direction. Never seen a shield like that before. Yeah, I doubt there's many. My father made this. It's solid metal, really heavy. But I've been practicing with it since I was a kid. I used to spend a lot of time just getting used to lifting it. He raises it up to show you. I'm pretty good with it now. It's the only thing in my father's I have left. Then when my mother died, she gave it to me before she died. Ivor seems to think you're pretty good. Did he say that? That's good. I'm trying. Never had to fight anything like Dredge before, but I don't have much else to do. And how many people get to train with a Varl? Just seems like I could be a help to someone. That's what I want to be. Heading back to camp, stay strong. I will. Oh, and if you need something, let me know. I can do anything you need. Between you and Ivor, we're going to be okay. I can tell. What a wholesome lad. I guess we leave? We could rest for a day to get morale up, but I feel like that's not a good idea. We're probably not safe here for very long. We also don't have very many supplies. How far are we from Frostfeller, actually? Okay, it's there. So we're like halfway. Yeah, okay, we probably don't have time or supplies to sit around and rest. That's okay. What's the premise of Banner Saga? So it's a narratively driven, choices matter tactical RPG. It's got a very sort of rich and deep lore-filled world with heavy Norse inspiration, but everything in it is like very, like, it's all made up. All the places, all the gods, everything is made up for the game, but it's all very clearly stylized around like North mythos, if I could speak properly. There's a banner, and everyone passes it around, and they got to tell their own saga. Loser has to pay for the mead. That does sound like the kind of activity these people would play, for sure. And so there's a number of different characters, and whichever character you follow around or play as tends to vary. Or not tends to vary, but different chapters you're sort of viewing from different perspectives. So we started the game as a different group of people over in a different section of the map. Now we're playing as this guy named Rook, whose village was attacked by these enemies called the Dredge, which we don't know a whole lot about as of yet. We know they were a problem a long time ago, and there were some great wars involving them, but they don't really get seen very often anymore. Except now they're swarming all over the place, and we're just kind of fleeing from our home. You're only just outside the village when two men in red approach. My name is Hogan, says one, gesturing to the other. My brother is Mogan. Many from the village wish to join you to Frostfeller. A third man exuding rage, charges up to the group. Shut your mouth, Hogan, he screams. What? Why? What's going on? Town leader. These bastards don't speak for us. They've been trying to divide the village since you got here. True. You can keep whoever wants to stay and die. The rest of us will go with the reasonable people of Skoger. I'll have you both gutted before I let half the village desert. Well, hold on, buddy. If people want to leave your village, they can leave your village. Behind the angry villager, a mob of armed thugs have appeared, all furrowed brows and nervous stares. You both know what will happen to the rest of us if the fields are abandoned. Nobody leaves. Dude, there's tons of dredge coming. You're just gonna stay here and hold to your fields? This is actually what I was saying about how it was refreshing that the chieftain of our village didn't have this character archetype. Unfortunately, he died. You both know what will happen to us if the fields are abandoned. Oh, I just read that. There won't be anything to tend once the dredge arrive. Let your people decide on their own. I don't want anything to do with this. Say nothing. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is how Rook actually feels, but I don't want anything to do with this. But there won't be anything to tend once the dredge arrive. Dredge my ass? I don't know what this scam is this time, Hogan, but you've got two choices. Get back to work, or I'm finally putting you in the ground. Interesting. Mogan, what do you say? Thought it was unfair that he only asked me. Mogan draws his axe slowly, followed by Hogan. Despite their confidence, the brothers are significantly outnumbered. I think I make a poor farmer. Settle this yourselves, don't get involved. I won't kill men for defending their homes. Side with the villagers. However, let's make this a fair fight. Side with the brothers. Wait, you can't, like, talk them down? I guess not, yeah. I kind of agree with all of these statements in a sense. Like, I don't want to kill the villagers just because they refuse to leave the homes themselves. They're gonna die to the dredge. But I don't want to kill them. But I also don't want these two brothers to be killed because they're trying to leave. Guess like it's supposed to be a trade-off for sure. Yeah. I think it's definitely going for the angle of like this is a hard choice and there's not really a right answer, but it's a high pressure situation and we gotta get going and take care of ourselves. Now you know what? Fuck this guy. Ira steps forward. The thugs hesitate. As you pull your axe, you notice that Alette is nowhere to be seen. That's fine. On the one hand, you get two strong characters. On the other hand, can they give you supplies? Oh, could the village give us supplies? That would be nice if that were the trade-off. The chief seemed very keen on like keeping his fields and his food to himself. So one's 10-8, the other's 8-10. You're both thrashers, which lets you use Bloody Flail. Strikes multiple times, randomly hitting his opponent for 1 strength or 1 armor damage. Okay, so you're not sure exactly which. On the last hit, Bloody Flail does damage equal to 1+1 for each ally standing adjacent to him. And this last hit also randomly damages strength or armor. Okay. My voice is starting to go just a little bit. Oh my gosh, it's already that time. Okay, we might finish after this combat then. Gosh, time really flies when you're having an enjoyable evening. I didn't realize it was that late at all. Does direct damage, making it useful even when the character is near death. For this reason, it also does a great job of taking out wounded enemies who still have a lot of armor by bypassing it completely. Oh, so the random 1 strength damage that it can do bypasses armor when it does randomly roll strength. So even if this character is like at 1 health, he can still deal damage. Gotcha. So Mogan and Hogan. I was literally like, what are you talking about? You just started streaming, then looked at the clock. I'm glad someone else is experiencing the phenomenon as well. Yeah, it's been a little while now. Yeah, I think I want these 2 to go before my archers. I think I always want my archers to go last. Sure, let's do it. Wait, actually. Okay, so you need 3 more kills to level up. As do you. Each of them should only need their initial 2. As do you. Where are you at, Rook? As do you. Okay. So these 4 all need 3 kills. These 2 each need 2 kills. Priority would be to give 3 to one of these 2 so that they're strong enough to use this item. And then hopefully get some on these 2, because I'd like them to not stay at level 1 for all that long. And Alette's not here. Hopefully she's fine, wherever she is. Okay, we got 6 enemies. And we got an 11-12, which is probably the most dangerous one. A couple 12-11s, 2 9-10s, and a 7-8 archer over there. Eggle is strong enough that nothing here can do anything to him when he's using his shield wall. So you'll go there and try to hopefully distract these 2, maybe. You'll just run over here and shield wall and hopefully take their attention completely. I'll send Ivor up here to go toe-to-toe with what I consider to be their most dangerous unit. And then, Hugin and Mugen, that wasn't their names. Hogan and Mogan, I think. We'll go there. Yeah. You'll attempt to distract these 2, maybe even this one if we can. You'll go toe-to-toe with that. And then you 4 will overpower these 2 quickly, make them useless, and swing up and around to join with the rest of the combat. Something like that is my loose plan for this situation. Okay. So you can only go there. You can't get to any of them anyway. What kind of range do you have? I can't see your range, but I know from other things it's like about 5. So you go there, you could shoot. Okay, as long as I walk Ivor. Oh, actually, this one's going to come to Ivor. That's fine. Okay, so you're going to go like right here, because this should be enough to attract both of these 2's attention, and maybe even hers. So you're going to immediately come over here. You're going to start with... Oh, that's the same flailing ability that they have. Does Ivor have a passive? Oh, when attacked by an adjacent enemy, counterattack for 1 arm damage. So we just counterattacked this character like 4 times because it hit us 4 times. That was actually fantastically easy. Just like that. That guy's low enough that he's not too much of a concern. Oh, she's just going to walk right up in here and shoot you? That's okay. Who's next? You're next. So I want to hit you first. because you're about to go. Do 1 or 1 plus. Oh no, we already expended this turn. We'll do this. Oh wow, lucky to get so many strength damages off early. Next is you. But the only person you can go for is Eggle, so that's fine. You're gonna go and try to do the same thing to this character. Nice, okay. Next is the other one, who we're not concerned about. So you can... What was I saying? How did I want to divvy up the fights? There's 6 characters. I think I wanted to put 3 kills on either Eggle or Ivor if I could. Probably... Yeah, either one. Probably Eggle. Although Ivor would be fine. And then the other one's onto these 2 if I can, to get them started to level up. Okay. In that case... So you're down to 6, you're down to 6. I think we send you here. We do a couple armor damage to the archer. Which will then let us do... five damage to the archer, making her essentially irrelevant. That's okay. Eater dog, why do I even have you if you're not going to kill that cricket? Oh no. You could make it to Ivor in theory, which means Eggle we're going to have run around and get in your way. This is the 5th cricket that's been in your house this week, and they're big ones. Oh gosh, McD. I'm so sorry you're experiencing that. They haven't been in the house, but I've actually the last few nights had a pretty loud cricket outside my window all night. Not like right outside, but like somewheres in the near vicinity. Very annoying. Trade you, but I don't think you prefer the long boys. No. That's all right. I appreciate the offer. Okay. I'm just gonna go do that. That's fine. Okay. Not quite all armor. Okay. So these 4 are actually kind of all low enough that we don't need to worry about them too much anymore. So now we need to start doing some work on these ones. Had enough roaches while living in Georgia. Oh gosh, yeah. When do you go? Not for a long time. Who's next? You are. That's not a problem. Now Eggle should actually probably start. Contributing and not just blocking. Shoot, I was really hoping that Ivor would be able to walk in and swing on this thing next. Get out of my way. You're next. We'll actually step in front of you here. Ooh, we needed to get some kills on you, so we can take one right there. Although, we do need to actually start dealing some damage to these backbiters. Because they're going to start being an issue. Because I didn't get damage on them early enough. Okay, that's okay. You're going next. Strip 2 from you. Ivor's gonna be able to put some damage on you. Let's get you down to 8. Hey, Delicate. Good to see you. Welcome in. Nice, okay. It's fine. Oh, they're really trying to take down Ivor. That's okay, though. Let's drop 6 damage on you. It's fine. It's getting kind of hard to tell what's going on in here. What do they got left? 5-2, an 8-3, a 9-6. An 8-1 and a 7-3. Okay, so the 9-6 is the only one that we even have any worry about anymore. I haven't mentioned this yet, but the music kind of slaps. It's great, isn't it? This battle theme is quite good. So Rook, you deal 4 damage to that. Boom. Okay. We now essentially have nothing to worry about. So what, they have 5 things left. So we already got 1 kill. Who did we put it on? I want to say it was on you. So did I want Eggle to take 3, or did I want Ivor to take 3? Ivor's low, probably won't be able to take 3. So we'll try to level Eggle up this round if we can, or after this fight. Which means we need to just keep splitting people's armor. Oh, Rook is down. Shh, I was not paying attention. That's not good. I mean, it'll be fine, but that's a huge misplay. I got too caught up in trying to micromanage who got the experience. I wasn't even paying attention to Rook's health. You're gonna take that one out, because I did want to give you a kill. So now we just need... Ivor's got 0 defense left, which is a problem. Fuck. Backbiter's next? It might... Okay, he has no willpower, so he can't do 3 damage, so we should be fine. Oh. And we finally get the dodge in. That's dope. Okay. Rest. 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 And Eggle takes the final kill, which should be enough to level him up. Perfect. Okay. Other than mismanaging where I had Rook standing and having him go down, that was pretty reasonably handled, I think. I wonder how significant an injury is going to be. Promotions all around. Rose, thank you with wide grins. Soon many of the villagers have joined your caravan. You scan around anxiously for Alette, who had gone missing when the fighting began. Eventually you find her watching from afar. Pilgrim returns at that moment, introducing you to his son and wife, and you set out again. Oh. 165 clansmen, 22 fighters, 10 renown, 30 supplies. Morale improved. So we had 16 days of supplies before, and I think we used 1, so we essentially got enough supplies from the village that they didn't significantly reduce how long we could feed people for. I guess she doesn't feel comfortable fighting the villagers. Perhaps. Maybe we'll have a chat with her right now. Alette marches quietly alongside the caravan a little distance since leaving the village. When you stop for a rest, Oddleif approaches you both. Alette, I have something for you. Leif has gathered up the long banner from the caravan and smiles warmly as she passes it to Alette. What's this about? I was hoping you'd sew up the banner with everything that has happened since we left Skogr. So here we start to get the indication of the name. In this world, part of like keeping a village's history is you like sew like a big long tapestry banner that recounts the history and like what's happened to the people of that village. Come find me another time, Rook, and we'll talk. Before you comment, she departs. Dad, are you the chieftain now? I don't know. Guess I'll have to find out later. It looks that way. It looks that way. Oh, then that means... You're both quiet for a moment while Alette unfurls the banner. Oddleif has been teaching me how to sew. She speaks pretty highly of you. Can we read the part about Mom? You nod. On the banner has been sewn the story of the families who had lived in Skogr throughout the years, just as is done on every banner in every town. I wish she were here, but I'm kind of glad she isn't. The section of banner about your family is short, but Alette has been sewing in colorful designs. Why do you say that? So she doesn't have to deal with all of this. Dredge, leaving home, and... Why did you have to kill those men? In the village? I mean, if it's okay to ask. Yeah, you were correct, Zeb. She does not feel comfortable about killing people. Well, yeah. They would have killed others. I'm more worried about why you disappeared. I had to make a hard choice. Also, you have decided that you love Alette and wish nothing but the best for her, and Eggle better treat her right, or you swear to God. Well, I mean, we'll see. He clearly is infatuated. We haven't really seen any indication of whether she shares those feelings yet. But hopefully, I think they'd make a cute little couple. They would have killed others. More worried about why you had disappeared. I had to make a hard choice. Because the dreads are terrifying. Every time we have to fight them, I just want to run, but I don't want to kill a person. Please. Are you mad at me? I'm glad you don't want to. Alette smiles at this, then her face sinks again. I guess I would do it if I really had to, but do we have to? I know what you mean. Yeah, I know. Dad. I think you're doing a good job. She hugs you. You spend the rest of your time together sewing new verses into the banner. For better or worse, the story of Skogr is your burden now. Does that mean she just won't be in battles against people? Well, mild little, not even really a spoiler, actually, but I can confirm, since I've played this game, it's up to us. We can choose to honor her wishes and not use her in battles against people, or we can put her into the fights against people and force her to not be able to uphold that particular ideal. And there is, in fact, a Steam achievement if you can get her through the game without forcing her to kill anyone. So freaking cool, this game rocks. It does indeed. It does indeed. I think on that heartwarming, well, semi-heartwarming, hard but heartwarming father-daughter conversation moment, I think is a good time to wind it down for the evening. Because we've gone... Yeah, the time just flies playing this. This is... I haven't gone past 4 hours in a while. Thanks for streaming. Oh, you're most welcome. Thank you for being here. Sounds good. Have a good night. You too. You too. I hope whatever everyone else gets up to goes well. Or if it's sleep, I hope the sleep goes well. Thank you for introducing us to this wonderful game. Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. I love Banner Saga, and I'm glad to be finally going through it again. And if I can share that with others, that's even better. I did want to actually quickly check. How many days is Rook injured for? What's that mistake potentially going to cost us? 2. Okay, that's not terrible. We might be able to find time to weave in a rest day or 2 here and there. Actually, because I don't know exactly when it saves, we'll weave 1 rest day in right here. That got us up to good morale too. Okay, so we'll probably depart now, or when we come back in, we'll depart. And Rook only has 1 injury point, so that's not terrible. Oh, let's see. This is, as I mentioned, this is a little later, so I wonder if any of the people who I usually raid are around. We will check and see if there's anyone we can go say hi to and share the love. But thank you all so much for hanging out and watching this. I'm really excited to be playing this, as I mentioned several times. We'll be going through all 3 of them. Or picking away at them, at least. Next stream will be Friday. We'll be testing out the free game on Epic, as we always do on Fridays. The games this week are Void Bastards and Ukulele. I'm not totally sure which one we'll be doing. Or maybe we'll try both, I don't know. Tentatively, I think we'll probably try Void Bastards first, and if it runs well, we might just do that the whole time. If it doesn't run well, then maybe we'll have to check out the other one, because I'm not sure if my computer can handle streaming that or not. I mean, well, actually, if I have the presence of mind to, I'll test it beforehand, so I'll know whether or not. I won't test it on stream if I can remember. TY for stream, sorry that I still can't see you. I'm so sorry you can't see love. Oh, nice. Okay. Just gotta make sure that she's not ending soon. But Ash is playing some Dead by Daylight, so we will go say hello over there. Doing some words on stream right now. Looks like still has a lobby up, though. A Dead by Daylight lobby in the corner. So I think she's not ending immediately. Perfect. Okay. Can I think of a clever raid call? Probably not. We can use our usual. One sec here. I'll split it into the two versions. And as always, you can use your own emotes if you prefer. These are just the ones that I have set up. But okay. Thank you all so much for hanging out tonight. This has been a lot of fun. I can't wait to play it again. And yeah, please take care of yourselves. Get some excellent sleep and rest whenever you do call it a night. And I hope you're all being kind to yourselves, you know? You're doing your best, and that is enough. Your own growth is happening as quickly as it needs to. You don't need to stress too much or worry that you're not going fast enough. And I love you all. Thank you for being here. Is the raid... Okay, the raid is going. If you don't see yourself in it, you may just have to refresh, and it should pull you in. Appreciate you. Oh, thank you, McD. I appreciate you. Okay. Have a good night. Take care. And I hope to see you next time. There's my ending screen.